Tigers baseball on Fox Sports Detroit is presented by Bell Tire. Tonight at Comerica Park, the top two finishers in the MVP voting from a year ago will square off. Miguel Cabrera, the Tigers, and Mike Trout of the Angels. As we welcome you to Comerica Park on a beautiful night for baseball here in the Motor City. Game one in this series featuring the Los Angeles Angels and your Detroit Tigers. Hi again, everyone. Welcome to Tigers Baseball. Mario and Pemba. Rod Allen, glad to have you with us here for the first of a three-game set here against the Halos. This should be a very entertaining series. Two really good teams, although the Halos are struggling. And the one guy at the top of the Tigers lineup that is not struggling is Austin Jackson.
You know, a whole different feel for this Tigers club when Jackson gets off the bus with them, when he's leading off for this club. They don't play as efficiently when he's not the leadoff hitter. Let's take a peek at Jackson and his body of work in the 9 games since coming off the disabled list. A .457 average, tons of hits. He's walking all the time as well, which means he's always on the base path, and he has scored 10 runs. This team, when Jackson's on and scoring runs, they win games in bunches, and we all know that they play very well here at home anyway.
And Tigers are trying to avenge a 3-game sweep in the hands of the Angels back in April in Los Angeles. We'll send you back to the Call Sam Studios after a short break. We'll join Trevor Thompson. But coming up in this one here tonight, the pitching matchup features Rick Porcello, the sinker bowler on the mound for the Tigers. Lefty C.J. Wilson will oppose him. Tigers Halos coming up next. The Angels here at Comerica Park. Glad to have you back at the ballpark. We'll check out the starting lineup for the Halos, presented by the Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. It'll be J.B. Shuck leading it off. He'll play left, followed by Mike Trout and then Albert Pujols. The middle of their lineup is Trumbo, Kendrick, and Josh Hamilton batting sixth. They've got Kayaspo, Conger, and Ibar is the bottom three. The Tigers start the right-hander Rick Porcello. He is presented by Family Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
Quality starts for Porcello in 4 of his last 5 starts. However, that last start was not a good one for him. Gave up 6 runs in that game, but overall the numbers not that bad for Porcello. 500 record, 63 strikeouts and 13 walks. He has been a strike machine this year. Beaumont Health System will sponsor the Tigers starting defense. 2 Gold Gloves with the Angels. That would be Torrey Hunter when he wore their uniform for 5 years. He has 9 Gold Gloves total. Jackson in center field will win a Gold Glove before his career's all said and done. And Garcia also on the outfield this evening for Jim Leland's starting defense.
Torrey Hunter spent the past 5 seasons with the Angels prior to his signing with the Tigers in the offseason. He is good to go in right field here tonight. And the Tigers and Angels square off for a series here in Detroit after the Angels beat the Tigers 3 straight in Anaheim back in April. J.B. Shuck will lead things off for the Halos. It'll be Shuck, Trout, and Pujols, the top 3 hitters in Mike Scioscia's lineup. And the first pitch of tonight's ball game is in for a strike. 0-1 on J.B. Shuck, who is 5 for his last 12. Had a big game Sunday against Pittsburgh. Here's the 0-1. Bouncing ball back up the middle. Peralta ranging left. And Shuck is out by step 1 gone.
It really doesn't matter how poorly this Angels club is playing when the Tigers do meet up with them, whether it be out west in Los Angeles or here at Comerica Park. They give the Tigers a battle all the time.
They do indeed. And Mike Scioscia in his 14th season as the skipper of the Angels, over 11, almost 1,200 wins in his career. Here is Mike Trout. 306 batting average for Trout. You talk about the Angels giving the Tigers fits. They've won 6 straight against Detroit. Trout with 12 homers. He's knocked in 46. He finished second to Miguel Cabrera last year in the MVP voting. And then he thought he had a really good chance to win that award.
No such thing as a sophomore jinx regarding Mike Trout. Tremendous last year as a rookie, and this year is off to an outstanding start through the first 2.5 months.
2 balls and 1 strike on Trout. He was selected 25th overall by the Angels back in the 2009 draft, which means 24 other teams passed on drafting Trout. Here's the 2-1 pitch. A broken bat roller towards second. Infante will keep him off the bases. 2 gone.
Well, the Tigers defenders in the infield, they know that they're going to be very, very busy tonight. Porcello in his big league career, 2 ground balls for every fly ball. And the first 2 batters have already grounded out here today against that real good Porcello sinker ball.
Here is Albert Pujols. He is the designated hitter for the Angels. Career against Detroit, .438, which is the highest batting average among active players in the major leagues against the Tigers. Batting here with the bases empty. And a ball high to Pujols. Albert now with 47 RBIs this year. It'll get back out of play. Coming into the season with the signing of Josh Hamilton, there was, when you looked ahead, thought of Pujols and Trumbo and Hamilton hitting all together in the middle of that lineup, but Hamilton has gotten off to such a slow start. He's been lower in the lineup. He's batted as low as 7th. He is 6th tonight. Here's the 1-1. Pujols in the air to center field, playable. Jackson coming over, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Rick Porcello. Austin Jackson will get things started for the Tigers in the bottom of the first. Lead things off for Detroit. The Tigers starting lineup tonight brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Here's how it looks. AJ at the top, then Torrey and Miguel Cabrera. Prince Fielder, Victor Martinez, Johnny Peralta occupy the middle of the lineup. Your bottom three tonight features Infante, Avisail Garcia, and Brian Holiday. And they are facing the left-handed offerings of C.J. Wilson.
Pretty good numbers for Wilson as far as the earned run average is concerned at 3.61. However, he's only won 6 games this year. Not a lot of run support. 85 strikeouts, 40 walks, which is a high number for a starting pitcher a couple months in. So we'll see if he's on target today. Tim Hortons will sponsor the Los Angeles Angels defensive alignment here this evening. 57 errors this season, which is the second most in the American League, second only to Houston. This club this year is a little different. They don't run that much. They're not defending that much. Not an Angels typical club.
Not pitching, not defending, you're right, and certainly not running. C.J. Wilson is set to go to work against Austin Jackson. AJ has hit safely in 8 consecutive games, and in that span, he's hitting .500. The average up to a solid .306. Still looking for that first hit against the Angels this year. 1 ball and 1 strike on Jackson.
Wilson will go anywhere from 89 to 92 with his four-seam fastball. He'll also cut the fastball inside to the right-handers. He's got a curve, he's got a slider, and also a changeup.
Bang that one off his foot.
There's that good cutter right there at 91. It looks like it's right down the middle, and then you start your swing, and it starts to inch its way inside, and when you make contact, you hit it straight down.
Right off that protective piece, but it still stung Jackson.
Yeah, that protective piece, not all that protective.
1-2 on the Tigers leadoff man. Here's that 8-game hitting streak, and the numbers 5 RBIs over his last 8. The 1-2 is inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Tigers come into play tonight, 3.5 up on Cleveland in the Central. As they begin to wind down this homestand, the long road trip is lurking. Now Wilson with the 2-2. It's off the plate, 3-2. CJ tried to nip the outside corner with a fastball, couldn't do it. Jackson finished up that Boston series 6-for-11. That's fouled back out of play. Tigers won that series, taking 3 of 4 from the Red Sox. And into an off day, the ball club had a pretty good feeling heading into that off day yesterday after taking 3 out of 4 from the team with the best record. Again, Wilson with the 3-2 pitch, and he walked him. Jackson coaxes a base on balls to start this inning. We'll bring up Torrey Hunter.
It told you coming in that C.J. Wilson had 40 walks in 94 innings pitched. That would be number 41.
Torrey batting .299. Also had a good series against the Red Sox, 6-for-16. And a ball outside, 1-0. C.J. Wilson, 41 base on balls. Justin Masterson of Cleveland leads the way with 43.
That top 5 all bunched up, aren't they?
Separated by just a couple now. Trumbo, their first baseman, plays off the bag. And a ball outside, 2-0.
When we were out in Los Angeles earlier this year, the fans in Anaheim gave Torrey Hunter a standing ovation when he came to the plate for the very first time. And there are many people, and some people in the organization, talking about how much the Angels miss his presence. Not only on the field, but also off the field. in the 5 years he spent in their uniform.
Jackson drawing a throw. Wilson is 32 years of age. He joined the Angels last year as a free agent signing. He was signed along with Albert Pujols prior to last season. And for Wilson, it's coming back home. He is from Newport Beach. The 2-0. Foul straight back. Torrey had a healthy rip. 2-1. Angels certainly have spent a lot of money in the past 2 off seasons. Pujols, Wilson the previous year, Hamilton this past off season. Not really the type of teams that Mike Scioscia has had in the past. He has had teams that used to run a lot, pressure the defense, play good defense. Now the 2-1. Bouncing ball to third. Wicked hop, knocked down by Callaspo. He'll have no play. 2 on, nobody out.
It's going to be awfully difficult to give Callaspo an error on this play. That ball took a hop on him, and he just basically was self-defending himself and knocking that ball down. And then once he picked it up, he had no shot at throwing Torrey Hunter out.
We'll see how they rule it. It is indeed a base hit. Now Wilson has the task of pitching to Cabrera with 2 men on, and Miguel this year with men in scoring position. A lofty 476. And Wilson missed it outside. 1-0. So this is how Jim Leyland, I'm sure, drew it up in the offseason with Jackson and Hunter at the top of the lineup. Now you've got to deal with Cabrera, fielder. And the Tigers trying to strike first in this inning.
This combination has been outstanding all year.
Foul tip into the glove of Hank Conger. 1 ball, 1 strike.
It seems like every time Jackson gets on in that very first inning, he's able to touch home plate somehow, some way. Either Hunter, Miggy, or Prince is driving him in.
Jackson led it off with a walk, then an infield hit by Torrey Hunter. There's a strike called. Jackson, despite missing a month, has scored 43 runs this year. One ball and 2 strikes on Miguel Cabrera. Early goings in this one. No score in the bottom of the first. And a foul straight back.
.462 Miguel is hitting against left-handers this year.
Tigers trying to give Rick Porcello some early offense, and already for Rick a much better start than the last time he faced the Angels. He gave up 9 in the first inning. Got him 1-2-3 tonight. Wilson spinning off the slab, but nobody there to take a throw. Wilson 32 years old. An early jam here in the first inning. 2 on, nobody out. And the 1-2. Swing and a miss, struck him out. Fastball up, and Cabrera goes down swinging. The first of the ball game for Wilson.
It's a nice job of pitching to the best hitter in the game. And the majority of the pitches were down in the zone, and finally climbed the ladder to see if he can get Miguel to swing through one by changing his eye level, and he did just that.
So here is Prince, who by and large has struggled on this homestand. 4 for 28. However, he showed life and certainly had a big hit on Sunday. The Tigers won that game over the Red Sox to take 3 out of 4. And a ball inside to Prince.
Kind of gives you an idea of how gifted this Tigers team is when you have a guy like Prince, who was 1 for 16 before those last couple of hits in that Boston series. Your club still win 3 of 4 from one of the best teams in baseball.
Yeah, it's really a great indication of how deep the lineup is. Here's the 1-0. He held up. 2 balls, no strikes.
It looks like CJ may try to climb the ladder here on occasion against some of these hitters. The Tigers will run up there against him. He was up with his fastball against Jackson. Jackson took his walk. He climbed the ladder against Miggy, and he's done it as well here against Fielder.
And the 2-0. Drilled right field, high to the corner, but it's going to stay in the ballpark to the warning track. Hamilton able to run it down, and that means Jackson will move up to third base.
Prince Fielder saw this curveball out of C.J. Wilson's hand very nicely, and he stayed back as long as he could, and finally when he pulled the trigger, he made contact with this ball right off the end of the bat. Therefore, it didn't leave the building. You can see right off the end of the bat.
No doubt. A couple of inches on that barrel, and that thing's out of here.
No doubt.
So Prince just misses that one. Runners at first and third. That'll bring up Victor Martinez. Tigers trying to take advantage of an early scoring opportunity. Wilson now 1 out away from pitching through this jam. He has navigated his way through Cabrera and Fielder. And Victor takes ball 1. Conger is able to block it. Torrey thought he should have ended up at second on that play. Wilson has thrown 20 pitches already in this inning, and 10 of them are balls, 10 of them are strikes. The 1-0. That's in there. 1 ball and 1 strike on Martinez. Victor only 4 for 25 on the homestand. Of course, he had the big grand slam against the Red Sox to help deliver the Tigers a victory. That was in the Saturday game after the Tigers had fallen behind 2-0. Big rip there, and he fouls it back 1-2. Leadoff walk to Jackson. Infield single by Hunter, but Wilson has come back to get a strikeout and a flyout. There are Tigers at first and third. And with 2 outs, if Victor can find a gap, he will score 2 runs here. Wilson signed a 5-year deal with the Angels prior to last season after winning 16 games with the Texas Rangers. He had a poor postseason that year, but it didn't really hamper him in terms of getting a big deal. The Angels were able to sign him that big 5-year contract. The 1-2 rolled foul.
C.J. Wilson also has done something that a lot of people aren't very successful at doing, and that's going from being a late inning reliever to being inserted into the starting rotation and really not missing a beat. Before signing the free agent deal with the Angels, a couple of years as they started with Texas, he was one of their best guys.
You know, won 16 ball games a couple of years ago. Didn't pitch well against the Tigers in the playoffs, though. 5th round pick by the Rangers in 01. And again the 1-2. That's in the air to center. Straight away, Mike Trout is under it, and Wilson will pitch out of the jam. No runs, a walk ahead, 2 men left. Series. And while we have a chance, we check in now with Shannon Hogan.
Well, you guys, you mentioned a little bit the impact that Torrey Hunter had when he was playing with the Angels. And when he left, I think the people that might have missed him the most might have been the Trout family, including their phenom outfielder, Mike Trout. His mom, Debbie, took to Twitter once Torrey signed with the Tigers, saying, "Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Mike has learned from the best." And of course, the two still have a very close relationship. Torrey told me they've talked probably at least once a week. And if either of them have a great game, they know that the other one's probably going to send them, of course, a message or a phone call. That picture you saw, that is hanging in Mike Trout's basement. It's from his MLB debut, and he wanted to make sure he got that one in with Torrey. Guys?
All right, Shannon, thanks. Well, that story does not surprise me one bit, does it?
No, not at all, because we've watched Torrey with some of the young outfielders the Tigers have, not only here in the big leagues, but in spring training, how they kind of took to Torrey and how he was just willing to give them as much time as they needed.
Mark Trumbo is leading it off here in the second. Well, they got together before the game. Former teammates.
That Trout's well put together, isn't he?
Oh, he is,
Look
man.
at his neck. Like a linebacker.
He's a strong kid. There's no doubt about that. Extremely talented. Here's the 0-2, and Trumbo fouls it off.
This boy right here is dangerous. Trumbo has got real power. 17 home runs already this year. He's driven in 50, and his number is nearly identical as last year through 76 games. He has got some tremendous power in that bat.
Well, he had the walk-off winner against the Angels, or against the Tigers, I should say, for the Angels in the 13th inning in one of those games in Anaheim. That one just missed. Porcello wanted that one.
It's a strike.
It was. Not so, says Dana DeMuth. 1-2 on Mark Trumbo. That'll bounce in. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The Trumbo homer came in the third and final game in that series. It was getaway day in the 13th inning while Phil Cope. Here's Howie Kendrick on deck. He's having a fabulous season this year. Two and two on Trumbo. Bouncing ball third base side, right at Cabrera. Trumbo is out, 1 gone. So that's 3 ground ball outs for the first 4 batters for Porcello. It's a good sign. We'll bring up Howie Kendrick. We've talked about how Infante's had a really good year this year. Kendrick has as well from that second base position. 323. 8 home runs. And he has really flourished here in the month of June. Kendrick with 31 hits this month. And there's still a few days to go.
He goes to right center field as well as most right-handed hitters in the American League. And that's one of the reasons why his batting average is way up. In years prior to this season, Howie's always had a knack for driving the ball into right field, but he is doing it even more so this season. 39 hits the opposite way for Kendrick. Only 21 to the pull field.
1-2.
That's why Austin Jackson in center field, about 5 steps on the second base side of second base from his center field position.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Just off the plate.
Who's going to be the all-star for the Angels this year? They get at least one.
It's a good question.
Well, Trout's leading in the outfield, so he's in pretty much.
So they have their one. Trumbo's had a pretty good year in terms of power numbers. Kendrick having a really good season from his position, second base.
It's hard to get more than one, though, when your team is playing so poorly.
Agreed.
It's not that they aren't deserving, but it's hard to get more than one, especially when you have one that has been voted in by the fans.
Weaver has been on that list more times than not, but he's been hurt part of this year. There's a bouncer hit to the right side, right at Prince, and Kendrick is out.
And Weaver doesn't appear to be really healthy right now. The other day in his start, he threw nearly 100 pitches, and only a handful of those got above 88 miles an hour.
That's not good. Jared Weaver this year with a 1-4 record and an ERA of 4.65 in 7 starts. Tigers will see Weaver in this series on Thursday in the finale facing Doug Fister. Here's Josh Hamilton. Ball 1 low to Hamilton, who unbelievably at this point of the season is batting .207. 10 home runs this year, just 1 for 13 in that series against the Tigers back in April in Anaheim. Ooh, look out, there goes the bat way into the seat.
How many times have we seen him do that over the last number of years?
Who was it? I think it was Beltray, his teammate in Texas, would not stand in the on-deck circle because he was afraid he would get hit.
You are correct.
But he would do that at least once a game, or it seemed at least.
It's almost like he knows when he gets fooled, and instead of trying to hold on to the bat, he just simply lets it go.
And making sure that everybody in the stands are okay after uncorking that one. 2-1. Hamilton trying to snap an 0 for 15. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The Angels have a sizable investment in Josh Hamilton. They felt that coming over from the Rangers, especially after the numbers he put up last year, he would certainly be well above the levels he has this year. That's rolled foul.
Well, you talked about these 3 guys. They're the 3 free agents they brought in the last couple of years. Wilson and Pujols last year, Hamilton this season. Not much of a return on their investment.
A lot of dollars, no doubt. But you get the feeling that if Hamilton and Pujols just really get it going, it could be a dynamic offense. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Hamilton loves hitting in this ballpark. .357 career here at Comerica. There's the 3-2. Right back up the middle into center field. That's a base hit. Hamilton aboard with the Angels' first hit of the night. And that'll snap his 0 for 15. And it keeps the inning going for Alberto Callaspo. Here's a guy that's had really good numbers over the years and has been somewhat of a pest for Tigers pitching. .303 for Callaspo.
Good switch hitter. He doesn't strike out very often, puts the ball in play, doesn't try to do too much when standing in that batter's box.
Ball 1. The thing that makes the Angels lineup, at least for tonight, a challenge, or could be late in games, is the fact that they have 3 switch hitters at the bottom of their lineup in Callaspo, Conger, and Ibar. Hamilton is a left-handed batter before that trio. The 1-0 backs him out of there. 2 balls, no strikes. Porcello had an easy 1-2-3 first. He got the first 2 men here in the second. And now dealing with Callaspo, batting .269. Here's the 2-0. Sprague foul down the third base line. 2-1 on Callaspo. Callaspo used to be in the American League with Kansas City for 3 seasons. And that is in for a strike. I wouldn't say, Rod, you would call him the prototypical third baseman in terms of what you'd like to get offensively out of that position.
But he fits for the Angels team. I mean, because they've been a team that really have not had a prototypical third baseman since Scioscia's been there, by and large.
Troy Gloss
was there.
Yeah. 2-2 is low, 3-2.
But their teams have always been built on speed. I mean, they've had guys like Torres playing some third base. They had Figgins playing third base, guys that can run. So this is a different Mike Scioscia team.
Yeah, Figgins. I forgot about Sean Figgins. And by prototypical, most teams like to have a guy with some power and can drive in some runs from third base.
Like Miggy.
Like Miggy. Runner goes on 3-2 and it's rolled foul. Full count.
Here's our charter stat of the evening. In 13 years prior to this season under Mike Scioscia, they averaged 130 steals a season, which gave them a number 2 ranking in the major leagues. This season, not so much. Only 37 steals for the Angels squad.
Well, that stat right there in itself, it shows you how much the makeup of this Angels team has changed over the last couple of years. And it's a team that there's Peter Borges, who jammed his thumb. He is one of their fastest players. But it shows how much they've gone a little bit from a running team to a team that can drive the ball out of the ballpark. Again, the 3-2, and that is just foul down the third base line. So Porcello getting much more of a battle here in the second. Porcello trying to finish off Callaspo. And he walked him. 2-out single, 2-out walk, and now the Angels have their first legitimate threat here for Hank Conger. Holiday walks out to the mound to have a quick chat. And while they talk it over, we'll tell you this. You can join us again tomorrow. The Tigers taking on these Angels. Coverage begins at 6 with Tigers Live. Tigers and Halos tomorrow night at 6 right here on Fox Sports Detroit. Jose Alvarez will get the start in that game. Anibal Sanchez still on the disabled list. Alvarez and Tommy Hanson tomorrow for game 2. Here's Conger. There's strike 1 on the switch hitting catcher for the Angels.
Good pitch there by Porcello. First pitch changeup. Conger with runners in scoring position, obviously looking for that fastball, and Porcello pulled the string on him very nicely.
Holiday down the block that one. 1 ball, 1 strike. Looked like Porcello might have himself an easy second, but now it's turned into a 30-pitch second inning. 1-1 on Conger. Ground ball right at Prince. That'll end the inning. No runs, a hit, a walk, 2 men left.
A part of Detroit and the community since 1849. Chrysler, imported from Detroit. And by Juicy Juice, the very best juice for the very best kid. It is a humid night here at the ballpark tonight. As we go to the bottom of the second, no score. Special day for Mr. Al Kaline, who was just saluted. And it brings us to our Farmers Insurance Report Card. Mr. Tiger made his major league debut on this day back in 1953. And Rod, 22 seasons in the major leagues, he rolled up some really big numbers.
You look up the word class in the dictionary and you will find Mr. Kaline's name right next to it. What a man. What an individual.
And you see him every day at the ballpark, which is a great part of coming to the yard every day. Here come the Tigers now in the bottom of the second, and C.J. Wilson back to work. Wilson had a rocky first inning, walked, single, but was able to pitch through it. Peralta batting .324. Swing and a miss, 1-1. Infante and then Garcia to follow here in the second. Johnny was cooled a little bit, cooled slightly against the Boston Red Sox. 3 out of 14 in that series. Wave and a miss, 1-2.
Tigers are going to have to lay off that elevated fastball at 90, 91 miles an hour that Wilson continues to feature. And he will do as much until they do lay off of it.
You got Cabrera to swing through it with 2 men on back in the first to strike him out. Here's the 1-2. That's way high and inside. 2-2 on Peralta. Infante waiting on deck. Pulled on the ground, diving stop at third by Callaspo to his feet. He throws him out. Great play by Alberto Callaspo.
A lot of times down at third base, the hop corner, you've got a chance for one step and a dive, and that's exactly what Callaspo was able to do. He got to his feet quickly and had plenty of time to get the ball over to Big Trumbo to get the out.
Eight errors for Callaspo this year and 136 chances. Here's Omar Infante. Omar batting an even .300. He's had pretty good success against C.J. Wilson. 4 for 11 against him. Now the 1-0. Wilson was able to pitch through the heart of the Tigers lineup in the first with 2 men on. That's a fair ball down the left field line. It'll bang off the fence. Infante is on his way to second, and he will pull in with a double. 1 out, 2 base hit for Omar.
Got himself a breaking ball that kind of got inside right around the knees for Infante and simply got the bat head out in front of it and hit it down into that left field corner for another double. And one thing about Omar Infante, he just loves hitting here at Comerica Park to the tune of a .353 average with 4 homers and 19 driven in.
Well, we'll see if the Tigers can get him home. Here is Abisail Garcia batting in the 8th spot tonight for Jim Leyland, playing at left field. Avi batting .250 at the major league level this year. He has had 3 separate stints with Detroit. And he looks at ball 1. You've had a chance to see Garcia a little bit this year, Rod. You see any differences this year from last year?
It just appears to me he's going to hit for more power. He's been much more aggressive this time around, especially earlier in counts.
Here's the 1-0.
Last year looked like when he came up, even in a 1-0, 2-0, 2-1 count, he was trying to hit the ball to right field, which is not all bad. It's nice to have a really good, consistent swing the other way. But when you're 6'5", 230, and you've got some power, and when you get yourself in good fastball counts early in the count, and that's when you do your damage.
Good pickup by Conger. 2 balls, 1 strike.
I think his skills defensively probably play out more so as a right fielder than a center fielder.
He has played all three with the Tigers, left, center, and right. Who did he throw out in the playoffs last year? I think that was Coco Crisp in a game against the Athletics.
It was a great throw. I do remember that much about it.
And that came from right field. 2-1 on Garcia. Swing and a miss. Infante thought about trying it, but wisely stayed at second base.
Garcia upset with himself. He had himself in a good fastball count, and he chose to swing at the breaking ball in the dirt.
Garcia has been slowed a little bit, 0 for his last 14. Still only 22 years of age. Swing and a miss, and down he goes via the strikeout. It'll be the second of the ball game for C.J. Wilson. 2 outs, and it'll take a 2-out knock now for Brian Holiday. It was 2 for 7 on the homestand. He's hitting .259 down at Toledo in 47 games. 15 RBIs. Ball 1.
Tigers have done nice work in these situations. And runners in scoring position, 2 outs. They have scored nearly 40% of their total runs this year after 2 are out.
Right back up the middle and knocked down by Wilson. That ball was headed to center field.
It sure was.
Inning over. And you're watching Tigers baseball tonight, presented by Bell Tire. By Arby's. Try Arby's new Market Fresh Turkey Bacon Florentine Sandwich. Arby's, slicing up freshness. And by Bell Tire. Get the lowest tire price period. Bell Tire. Back here in downtown Detroit as we amble to the 3rd inning tonight in a scoreless ball game. No runs, 1 hit for the Angels. No runs, 2 hits for the Tigers. Rick Porcello back at the hill, and he will face Eric Ibar, the number 9 hitter for the Halos. First pitch is low and in, 1 ball and no strikes. The speed of Eric Ibar and his ability to lay one down has Cabrera on the grass at 3rd. He'll be followed by Shuck and then Trout. That's in for a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ibar at .273, a couple of home runs this year. In his last 11, he's hitting at a .333 clip. There's a strike call. There's this perception, Rod, that the Angels are having trouble offensively this year because Josh Hamilton is not performing all that well. But when you look at the numbers as a team, the Angels at 265, which is still top 5 in the league.
Yeah, that's not bad. And Albert Pujols, I mean, he's not even hitting 260. So you got a couple guys that are not playing up to their baseball cards as the numbers would come into play.
There's Albert, who signed the long deal a couple of years ago after 11 seasons with the St. Louis Cardinals. Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Ibar is gone, 1 away.
Good fastball by Porcello at 92 miles an hour. And he's got a little late life on this fastball. And that's the reason why Ibar swings right through it. Wow, that two-seamer is a nice pitch.
Porcello's numbers career against the Angels obviously were messed up by the one start that he had earlier this year. But he came in with an ERA of over 7 against the Halos, 3.3 record lifetime.
That inning, 10 hits, 9 runs, the best inning the Angels have had in their history.
Rick threw 47 pitches in that first inning and got lifted before he was able to finish the frame.
About 3 or 4 of the 10 hits that he gave up were infield hits. They didn't even leave the infield.
There are the numbers in that start. Yeah, it was tough to watch.
No doubt.
He did give up the one big hit, and that was the grand slam to Trout. There's a strike call. 2-1 on J.B. Shuck. Porcello this year, if you throw out that start against the Angels, has an ERA of 3.71. In there for his strike. Shuck disagrees as he walks out of the box.
I like the way that Porcello is pounding in the bottom of that strike zone, and therefore he's going to get the benefit of the doubt from the home plate umpire, Dana DeMuth.
I don't believe he went there. He did not. Doug Eddings said that he held up. 3-2 on J.B. Shuck, who bounced out to start the game. That's ripped down the right field line. That'll get down and go to the wall. It's extra bases. Shuck is motoring towards second, and he is in there sliding with a double. First extra base hit of the night for the Angels.
It's one pitch that Porcello got up, and Shuck just kind of put it in play. And by the time Torrey Hunter was able to run it down, Shuck with another double.
Here's Mike Trout. He bounced out back in the first, 0 for 1. 305 batting average for Trout. And Rick deals a strike 0-1. Earlier this year, Mike Trout hit for the cycle in a blowout win against the Seattle Mariners. And he became the youngest player to hit for the cycle since 1929. Mel Ott did it.
Very few, if any, players in Major League history have burst onto the scene the way that Mike Trout did last year with all of his impressive numbers. Runs scored, average, still stolen bases, you name it, he did it last year. Did not look like a rookie.
Bouncing ball and a high chop over the head of Cabrera. They're going to try and get Shuck home, and they will have no throw to the plate. That'll score him.
It's a wise decision by Garcia in left field, not trying to force the issue to throw that ball home. That way, the double play is still kept in order with Trout on first base. And nothing Miggy could do. This ball right down off the dirt, right over the head of Miguel, and by the time Garcia got over there, Shuck was rounding third base, headed home.
RBI hit for Trout is 47th RBI of the year. The Angels score first. They lead 1-0.
Trout always a threat to steal. 18 stolen bases already this year. He's only been caught 3 times. But Porcello does a nice job at keeping runners close.
There he goes. Holiday's throw sails high and a swipe for Mike Trout.
He is fearless. Not afraid at all. Porcello's about 1-1 to home plate, which is really good. But look at this jump that Trout gets. I mean, that's a Ricky Henderson type jump. Full speed after the very first step.
19th steal. He's been caught just 3 times this season.
You got to watch him here, too. He'll take off for third.
Way outside of Pujols. 2 balls, no strikes to Albert. Fly to center field back in the first, makes him 0 for his last 10. Albert 47 RBIs this year. Hit 30 homers last year in his first season with the Angels. He's got himself in a 2-0 count. Trout singles in a run on the very next pitch. He steals second base. Strike called on Albert, 2-1. Albert comes into this game with 488 career home runs. That is good for 28th all time in baseball history.
We have a couple of future Hall of Fame players in this game tonight. Pujols would be one and Miguel would be the other one. They're both in as far as I'm concerned.
Here's the 2-1. Instead, he'll bluff back to second.
Here's how the two compare after their first 1,500 games in the big leagues. And Pujols' numbers a lot better than Miggy's in just about every category.
And if that doesn't give you an appreciation for what Pujols has accomplished, and we're talking every night about how fabulous Cabrera's numbers are. And through that stretch, Pujols' numbers have been better.
There was a stretch there where for about 4 or 5 years, Pujols was regarded as the best hitter in the game, whether it be left-handed or right-handed. Now that honor goes to Miguel. He's held it for about the last 3 or 4 years.
2-2 on Albert Pujols. 2 straight hits, giving the Angels the lead. And that's lifted in the air toward left center. Jackson and Garcia. It's Jackson, the center fielder. Trout tagging. Here he comes to third, and he's in there safely. It's the second out of the inning. While we have a chance, back to the studio we go for a game break. Mickey York. All right, Mick, you need to work harder than that. 2 outs now, and here is Trumbo. He'll try and drive in a run from third base. Trumbo bounced out back in the second, and he takes ball 1. 1 run, 3 hits for the Angels. No runs, 2 hits for the Tigers. They call home runs hit by Trum bombs in Anaheim, and some of the home runs we have seen this kid hit. That is an apt description.
Very few right-handers have the same kind of power in their bat that Trumbo does.
Pops that one in the air to shallow right field. Here comes Torrey. And that'll end the inning. So minimal damage done against Porcello. 1 run in for the Halos. double in the third. He scored on the hit by Trout. And that's where we stand. The Tigers now coming to the plate here in the bottom of the third at Comerica. 3-game set here against the Halos. And Jackson will lead it off for the Detroiters. Jackson, Hunter, Cabrera.
You just saw their outfielder Shuck in left field. He was motioning to the infielders, and he was twirling his hand up in the air to tell the middle infielders that he needs some help. Anything that goes up. With the way the sky looks right now, he knows he's going to have some difficulty with it.
It is an overcast sky here at the ballpark tonight. There's some rain in the area. In fact, they had a tarp on the field before the game, but took it off in time for us to start this one on time.
Yeah, neither team hit on the field today.
Pop-up showers all over the place, so because of the threat of rain, no BP. There's the tarp. Hopefully we won't need that during the game. Slow tap to third, waiting on the hop, Callaspo. Jackson is out. 1 up, 1 away. Time now for the Bernstein Advantage scouting report. Get the Bernstein Advantage. We go to bat for you. C.J. Wilson, career at Comerica Park. This includes the playoffs. Not so good.
8.44 ERA.
But he's kept the Tigers off the board so far here tonight. Torrey Hunter stands in. Infield hit for Torrey in the first inning. Nope, you've been talking about this all night. There's that high fastball the Tigers not been able to hold off against.
And give Conger, the catcher, some credit. Also Wilson, whenever Conger does motion for him to get it up, he's been able to do so, and he's been very effective with that pitch so far this evening.
1 ball, 1 strike. Wilson has led the league in starts each of the last 2 years. 34 starts. Little pop-up, shallow right. Looks like it's going to drop. It will.
Take a look at Miguel's first at-bat against Wilson today. It's our bell tire pitch by pitch, and it's an indication of how he may try to attack him. Pretty much all fastballs. Most of them down, and then later on in the count, he started climbing the ladder, went a little bit higher to get Miguel to swing through it. He punched him out with runners on first and second, and nobody out in the first inning.
So with 1 on and 1 out, Cabrera steps in again, batting .369.
How about Torrey's 2 hits today?
They're screaming line drives.
He's living pretty good, isn't he?
Infield hit and then that little blooper. Oh, bad throw by Conger. Torrey saw it immediately. He'll head to second, and he's in there standing.
Wilson did not want that because now there is no double play in order. And Miguel, the best hitter on the planet with runners in scoring position. Conger throws this ball from one knee, and he misses Trumbo by about 4 or 5 feet. And Trumbo, that's a pretty big target down there.
He tried to stretch that frame out, couldn't do it. That'll be the first error of the game for the Angels. 77th error of the year, which ties them with Houston for the most in the American League.
First pitch was a cut fastball at 88 to Miguel. That last pitch, a breaking ball at 82. First time up, majority fastballs. This time up, cutting it in a breaking ball.
Now we'll see if Cabrera can take advantage here. Miggy on the homestand is at .517 right now with 6 RBIs. Way inside. This one will get by Conger to the backstop. It goes. Torrey moves to third. Wild pitch.
I don't know what Mike Scioscia will do here, but I would be considering putting Miguel on and to play for my double play here against the left-handed batter Prince Fielder.
Might be his best way to get out of this inning.
And Miguel about 52-53% at driving this run in from third with less than 2 outs, which is not great by his standards, but it's still better than the league average of 50%.
High fly slicing down the right field line. Hamilton will watch it. Ooh, sail into the seats barely.
Those kids don't want that ball. Miguel is upset with himself. He must have got the pitch that he was looking for, and he missed it. Hamilton would have caught that ball.
Yep. That run would have scored.
Maybe that's why Miggy's upset.
Yeah, just cost him an RBI. Fielder on deck. And the 2-2. Driven to right field. That ball is slicing toward the corner. That ball is up. And it's gone. It's a 2-run shot for Miguel Cabrera, and the Tigers have the lead. He's not mad anymore. What a laser down the right field line.
The best chance for them to get out of this was to walk Miguel Cabrera to put the double play in order. They elected to pitch to him, and Miguel hits one right inside that foul pole, about 340 feet from home plate.
Number 21 for Cabrera. 77 RBIs now for Miggy. And the Tigers have their first lead. 2-1 ball game. Fielder looks at a strike. That gives Cabrera now a 10-game hitting streak. And it's also the fourth Tigers hit of the game. Prince skies one way down the right field line and foul.
Here's that pitch by pitch. Miguel Cabrera against Wilson. First three pitches all moving breaking balls down around that back foot. Now he goes back up with a fastball away that he misses, and he goes right back with that same fastball. 2-run homer for Miguel.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Speed off the bat on that last home run, 93.9 miles an hour. That one just missed.
We've seen Miguel over 100 miles an hour off the bat already this year with that new stat, that new toy we got last week.
It's the highest we've seen so far in that. 105, 103, 105, something like that.
We've seen 104.
Have we?
But Albert Pujols hit a ball the other day that left his bat at 105. He hit a home run against that young kid, Garrett Cole, is that his name?
Yeah,
Pittsburgh
he can bring
Pirates.
it.
Have you seen him?
I have seen him only on television, but yes.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Triple digits, right?
Late in the game, triple digits.
Verlander-esque. 3-2 on Fielder. Toward left field on a line. Shuck is under it. Second out of the inning. Miguel Cabrera, 2-run shot the other way, gives the Tigers the lead here this evening. Well, just as a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, look forward to Miller Time later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. There's Victor Martinez. Flight out to center field back in the first. Ball 1 to Victor. Wilson was able to dodge around some trouble in the first, gave up a double with 1 out in the second. Pitched around that, but no such luck here in the third. A single by Hunter, 2-run shot by Cabrera. 1-1 on Victor Martinez. Tigers have 2 runs, 4 hits. Angels have 1 run, 3 hits. Rick Porcello, after giving up a run, has watched his teammates battle back. Ball low. C.J. Wilson entering this start here tonight had given up 3 earned runs or less in all but 2 starts this year. Gave up 6 runs in a start against the Dodgers. Cabrera got him for a couple with the home run. 2-1 hammered foul back out of play. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Looks like Mickey got tightened up today. Got himself a little fresh fade. Yes, he does.
Styling.
A little frohawk going.
I didn't even notice the frohawk. There it is.
Oh, there's some artwork into that haircut there.
Here's the 2-2. Whistle back into the seats.
10-day road trip. You're going to go get tightened up too, aren't you?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, there's not much to tighten up on my head.
Come on.
60 total for Wilson. I appreciate it, though. Man, if you would have seen me in high school with hair down to my shoulders.
You was one of those kind of guys?
One of those guys.
Oh, you were a rebel.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
That never got his mouth washed out with soap.
Negative. Again, the 2-2. Straight back. So Martinez giving Wilson a battle here.
Wilson already up to 61 pitches in this game. 37 of those strikes. This Tigers offense is a very good offense anyway, but when you put them in this ballpark with some of the numbers some of their players have put up, it is a daunting task to beat them here.
Well, to illustrate that point, the Tigers have 3 of the top 6 in the American League in home batting average. Of course, Cabrera leads the way. You got Peralta on that list and Infante as well.
No easy at bats. I mean, it started with the Hunter bloop single. Miguel had a good at bat. Prince had a good at bat, even though he flew out to left field, and now a really good at bat by Victor Martinez, putting a lot of pressure on Wilson.
Now all of a sudden the count has gone full. 3-2 on Martinez. Peralta waiting on deck. Wilson parts of 7 seasons with Texas. Bouncing ball foul, third base side. Victor's still alive here with 2 outs. Single by Hunter, home run by Cabrera has given the Tigers their first lead of the night, 2-1. 9-pitch at bat. And we'll see who ends up winning it. Again, the 3-2. Fouled off. He stays alive. So this battle will continue. Three and 2. Wilson apparently in no hurry to bring it home. Now he's ready. Again, the 3-2 pitch. And a ground ball fair behind the bag. Callaspo with a backhanded play. That'll end the inning. However, the Tigers take their first lead of the night. Cabrera goes the other way. A 2-run shot. 2-1 Detroit. Tomorrow at 7:08 and Thursday at 1:08. Call 866-66-TIGER if you'd like more ticket information, or visit tigers.com. And you can see that guy right there play. He's already given the Tigers the lead 2-1 with a 2-run shot. So we go to the 4th inning. And for the Angels, it'll be Howie Kendrick, then Josh Hamilton, Alberto Callaspo. Porcello delivers a strike. Kendrick is 0 for 1 with a ground out. His 31 hits here in the month of June tops in the American League. Grounds that one foul off his foot. No balls, 2 strikes. Kendrick came in with the 6th best batting average in the American League at .323. This one will hurt. Ooh,
right off the instep.
Not good. Do you feel those the rest of the game typically, or does it go
Not
away?
so much when you're moving, but when you do go sit down in between innings while you're not playing defense, or whether you're not hitting, if you're sitting on the bench, you feel it pretty good. Then of course after the game's over, you might have to ice it down for about 15 minutes or so to keep the swelling down.
Hamilton waiting on deck. Bouncing in, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Rick Porcello had a 1-2-3 first, pitched around a couple of base runners in the second, then gave up a double and a single. That's how the Angels got their run in the third. The RBI to Mike Trout. Here's the 1-2. Fouled off again. When these two teams last met in April, the Angels swept the Tigers in that series at the Big A. And they outscored the Tigers in that series 22-4.
And they were struggling before that series began. The Tigers kind of woke them up, at least for that weekend.
But the Angels have not been able to continue that success. There's a wave and a miss. Down he goes. 1 out. Time now to check in again with Shannon Hogan.
Well, Mario and Rod, you guys know a lot of players throughout the leagues are friends with each other. 2 former National League guys with Albert Pujols and Anibal Sanchez both playing for American League teams. Now, took some time to chit-chat before the game. They actually spent a good 10-15 minutes catching up on things. I had a chance to talk with Anibal after that, and he told me that he had played catch today. He had a bullpen session yesterday. Both felt great. He is, fingers crossed, hoping to be good to go for the Tigers in about a week and a half. Of course, Jose Alvarez will pitch for the Tigers tomorrow. Guys?
Okay, Shannon, thanks. And that's really good news because he was really pitching some dynamite baseball, Sanchez.
Well, the one thing the Tigers need to make sure they do the remainder of the year, and whether it was Jackson or whether it's Sanchez or anybody that has to miss a little time, give them as much time as they need while you're in first place and you have a really good team and you have some players that can step in and do the job for them while they're missing.
And there's the guy right next to him that'll take the start again tomorrow. Again, back up the middle, and that is another hit for Josh Hamilton. He's 2 for 2. So as the Angels wait for his bat to wake up, he's got 2 base hits tonight. He came in 0 for his last 15. 1 on 1 out for Callaspo. Callaspo hitting .269, walked in the second. Angels now have 4 hits. Bad pickoff throw, bounces in. Nice play by Prince. They're going to take that ball out of play after it's scraped into the dirt.
Never really understood how you could be a hitter and hit a ball right out in front of home plate, and obviously the ball hits the dirt, and then they don't throw that ball out of play, but one that bounces like that, they'll throw it out of play.
I don't get it either. None of it makes any sense.
Hamilton does have 2 steals this year. He has not been caught and not running all that much this season. And he hasn't been on base a whole lot this year.
Callaspo takes a strike. He's enjoying a 9-game hitting streak. And he's been on base in 12 straight. Rick in search of the ground ball here to get himself out of the inning. He has reached the 70 plateau, courtesy mostly of a 31-pitch second. Another good pitch. Strike called, 0-2. Callaspo didn't like it.
Callaspo has grounded out into 8 double plays so far this year. And Porcello looking for number 9 here on the ground ball.
Well, no team in the American League has bounced into more double plays. The Angels have been in a 79 this year.
The culture of that team really has changed, hasn't it?
That it has. Good stop by Holiday. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Angels came in tonight 10 games under after 76 games. At this point last year, they were 10 games over. And again, a lot of excitement was drummed up in the offseason with the Hamilton signing. Just off the plate, 2-2 on Alberto Callaspo. There's a bouncing ball to first base. Prince will touch the bag for the out, and that will advance the runner with 2 gone. 3 unassisted.
And Rick was able to get his ground ball but not hit hard enough off the bat of Callaspo for Prince to entertain the thought of trying to get the lead runner at second base.
So the tying run now in scoring position. Here is Hank Conger, batting .250 for the year. He grounded out his first time up 0 for 1, and he looks at a ball low. Conger, former #1 pick of the Angels back in 2006. Right back up the middle into center field, base hit. Hamilton rounding third. He will score. It's a clutch 2-out single by Hank Conger, and we are tied at 2.
And Conger got himself a changeup that was fading down and away from him and didn't try to do much with it, just hit it right back through the middle for a run scoring single.
Tenth RBI of the year for Conger. That ties the game at 2. And here is Ibar. It's also the 5th Angels hit. Pulled on the ground and threw a base hit out of the reach of Infante. Conger will stop at second, and Ibar has a single. 3 hits in the inning now for the Angels. That'll bring up J.B. Shuck. It's also going to bring Jeff Jones out of the dugout for the Tigers. 6 hits now for the Halos. Well, here is the AT&T trivia question tonight. Can you name the only 2 players who spent more than 22 seasons with a single franchise? Al Kaline, 22 seasons here with Detroit. Only 2 players spent more than 22 seasons with a single franchise. Can you name them? There's the statue of Mr. Kaline, and of course he is at the ballpark every single night in his box. There's a strike called on the leadoff man, J.B. Shuck. First trip through the order, Porcello gave up just 1 hit. Now the second time through, he's given up 5 hits. And Shuck trying to break this 2-2 tie. Ball low, 1 ball, 1 strike. Shuck is 1 out of 2, doubled, scored a run back in the 3rd. They've got Conger and Ibar on the bases. Off the plate, 2 balls and 1 strike. That was the 80th pitch now for Porcello.
Tigers bullpen for the most part in pretty good shape with the exception of Drew Smiley.
Here's the breakdown on Porcello. With the off day yesterday, Smiley not good to go tonight, but he will be tomorrow. 2-2 the count.
And they're going to need that bullpen tonight. As will the Angels, because Wilson's pitch count is rather high. And through his first 3 innings today.
Of course, the Tigers have a long, arduous road trip coming up. They'll play in Tampa Bay, Toronto, and Cleveland. No off days. There's a bouncing ball to short. Backhanding Peralta goes to second, and they got the force. Nice play by Omar. Inning over. They tie it up. brought to you by Grown Ups 2 in theaters July 12th. And you can vote for your Tigers McDonald's Player of the Game, presented by the new Detroit Tigers M&M McFlurry only at McDonald's, using your cell phone. Text Tigers, then a space, and the player's uniform number to 37338, or vote online at foxsportsdetroit.com. The Angels able to tie this ball game up. Josh Hamilton scored the tying run. He singled with one out of the fourth, came around to the hit by Conger. And now we're all even again. 2 runs, 6 hits for the Angels. Tigers 2 runs, 4 hits. On to the bottom of the 4th inning we go. And it'll be Johnny Peralta to lead it off. It's hard to figure out sometimes, but there are certain matchups that are just not good ones, even though you think they might be. Peralta, right-handed batter against the lefty Wilson. But Johnny is just 1 for 20 over his career against Wilson, with 10 strikeouts.
And Wilson started him off with a first pitch breaking ball for strike 1. Then he came in aggressively, and with a fastball at 89, he missed off the plate.
Soft line drive caught by the second baseman Kendrick. 1 gone here in the 4th. It's going to bring up Infante. Wilson in search of a 1-2-3 inning, has not had one so far tonight. And Infante busted it up back in the 2nd with a 2-base hit. And the average now 303 for Infante. Backing out of there for strike 1. I mentioned Wilson by and large has not had too many clunkers this year. He has 11 quality starts in 15 overall. A 1-1. Chopped to third base on the charge. Callaspo. Omar is out of there. 2 gone. We'll bring up Abisail Garcia. Who struck out against Wilson back in the 2nd. He'll shoot that one foul back out of play. Wilson has been an all-star each of the last 2 years. And in fact has thrown over 200 innings each of the last 3 seasons. Trying to get there again this year, which he should. Led the league in starts each of the last 2 years. 34 starts. There's a wave and a miss. 0-2 the count on Garcia.
Pitching differently this at bat to Garcia. He struck him out his first time up. He finished him off with a couple of breaking balls around his back foot. And this at bat, he's gotten ahead of him with 2 fastballs up in the zone. Now here comes that slider.
Low and away. '75 now.
2 stressful innings, 24 in the first, 27 in the 3rd for Wilson.
Swing and a miss, and Garcia goes down swinging again, and Wilson has his first 1-2-3 inning. On to the 5th we go.
Mike Trout, the young phenom, singles over the head of Miguel Cabrera to drive in the first run of the game. That was the third inning. And then Miguel Cabrera, two-run shot the opposite way against C.J. Wilson. And the Angels were able to tie the score in the fourth inning. Hank Conger driving in Josh Hamilton, who has singled twice in this game.
So the Angels come to bat here in the fifth inning. They will send Mike Trout to the plate. It'll be Trout, Pujols, Trumbo, 2, 3, and 4 facing Rick Porcello, who so far has thrown 82 pitches so far to get through the fourth inning. Trout singled and run, stole a base back in the third. And he looks at strike one. .307 batting average now for Trout, who since the start of the 2012 season has had 7 4-hit games. 7 of them. The 0-1 pitch. Down low, 1 ball, 1 strike. Only Miguel Cabrera has scored more runs this year than Trout. So again, those two names continue to come up together. They finished 1 and 2 in the MVP voting last year. There's a high fly ball, shallow right field. Torrey coming over. 1 out. And a 1-for-3 night so far for Trout. That'll bring up Pujols. Albert twice has fly to center field 0 for 2. The amazing thing to me about Pujols, Rod, is I didn't think St. Louis would be able to let him get away to free agency. He did. Yet the Cardinals seemingly had not missed a beat without Pujols.
You know, it's a perfect example of no player being bigger than the organization that he represents. And no one represented his organization any better than Pujols did for that decade that he wore their uniform.
Here's the 1-1.
And you have to think that the St. Louis Cardinals were rather smart in not giving in to the demands that Pujols had placed upon them to stay there as a free agent.
Well, they're atop the Central this year at 47 and 29 right now.
That's a good division over there, those top 3 teams.
Strike called, 2-2. Albert didn't like that last call by Dana DeMuth. There's Trumbo waiting on deck. Rick ready with the 2-2 pitch. Grounded foul down the third base line. Well, Albert certainly put up huge numbers as a member of the St. Louis Cardinals. 11 seasons with the Cards. Drill down the left field line. That's going to get down and go to the wall. It's extra bases. Garcia digs it up. Pujols on his way to second, and he is in standing up with a double. 1 out, 2 base hit for Albert.
Looked like a changeup that was up in the zone. He sped Albert's bat up, and he smoked that ball down into the left field corner. Albert not running very well these days. I thought Garcia was going to have a chance at throwing him out at second base, but Albert was able to scoot in there for his 17th two-bagger of the year.
So the Angels now have a chance to regain the lead. Here is Mark Trumbo. 0 for 2. Trumbo takes high, 1-0. Ground out, fly out for Trumbo. The last 2 seasons he has combined for 39 home runs prior to the All-Star break. He's got 17 this year. That's outside 2-0. Just that pure raw power that Trumbo possesses. But he is fighting it right now. 0 for his last 15.
Porcello not attacking that strike zone today with as many fastballs as he usually does. He's only thrown 55% fastballs, 45% breaking balls. And that's not Porcello at his best, even though the score right now It's just 2-2.
Two one. Bouncing ball right side, going to get through. Base hit. They're going to stop Pujols at third as Hunter comes up with it. That'll put runners at first and third for the Angels.
No disrespect to the Angels, but man, they've got some ugly hits against Porcello his last 2 starts against them. Another ball that just kind of bounces in the home plate area and then bounces over into the dirt. Into the outfield. Mike Trout did that earlier this game too for an RBI.
That'll give the Angels 8 hits. And 95 pitches now for Porcello as he will face Kendrick. Put a ground ball away from getting out of this inning. Kendrick hits a ground ball, but it's into center field out of the reach of Infante. We'll drive in a run. Pujols scores. And the Angels have a 3-2 lead. Angels continue to find the holes, and that is RBI 37 for Howie Kendrick. Darren Downs warming up in the Detroit bullpen, the left-hander. And Jeff Jones now will make his way out to the mound. Single runs in each of the last 3 innings now for the Angels. They have 9 hits. Hey, don't forget this July, baseball's greatest stars gather for the biggest event of the summer. The Midsummer Classic returns to New York with home field advantage for the World Series on the line again. It's the 2013 Major League Baseball All-Star Game live from New York, July 16th, and it's only on Fox. Jim Leyland will be skippering the American League team as he continues to pour over the numbers. Jim said before the game today he has contacted every manager in the American League concerning their suggestions on who should be from their club on the All-Star team.
And giving the opposing managers one last shot to lobby for their players that they think should be in. I think Jim has a pretty good handle on who he views as an all-star this year and who he'd like to take based on what players have done this year.
Well, he's done a lot of research. We know that. Here's the 0-1. Little chopper toward first, foul.
And there is always going to be a ton of players that are deserving, but for whatever reason they don't make it, and it's just the nature of the beast.
Well, the fans pick 9, the players pick 9, which leaves Leland really with 5 players, a couple of extras, and the 5 for the internet voting.
Which means most guys that are deserving usually get in. The fans obviously are going to vote in a few of their favorites, but the players, they vote in guys that are deserving.
Well, meanwhile, Hamilton now breaking out of it with his 3rd hit of the game. That's a single into right field. Throw to the plate, bounces away from Holiday. The run will score, and Hamilton will take second base. It is 4-2 Angels.
Not sure if that ball hit something which didn't allow Holiday to catch it, but it looked like a great throw from right field. Looked like Trumbull was going to be out. And Porcello getting hurt with a few breaking balls here today. Outstanding throw by Hunter.
Single RBI, E9. Allowing Hamilton to take second base. Infield in now for the Tigers. And Callaspo being walked intentionally. That is the 10th hit of the game for the Angels and the 3rd for Josh Hamilton. He's now 6 for 13 career against Porcello.
And this next pitch might be the last of the evening for Porcello.
It will be. The intentional walk to Callaspo. Loads the bases for the Angels. And Jim Leyland makes a pitching change. Wallside windows pitching change. We'll be back.
This Angels club out west earlier this year, and they have quite a few hits in this game, and they've hit a couple hard, but by and large the balls they have hit have been on the ground, and they've found some holes. And now Porcello no longer in this game.
So what was it? It was 9 hits in that first start.
Yep.
And the Angels with 10 in this start. 19 hits for the Halos in their last 2 times they have faced Porcello. Darren Downs will come on now for Detroit.
Downs is going to have to give Jim a couple of innings in this game today, slow down this Angels offense and allow his offense to catch up. And 34 strikeouts this year for Downs, only 8 walks. So he's always around the plate, which is one reason why Jim wasn't afraid to allow Porcello to walk Callaspo and to give this situation to Darren Downs. Bases loaded, 1 out.
Hank Conger with a big swing and a miss, 0-1. Conger had himself a big hit, a 2-out single back in the 4th to drive in a run. They are loaded up with Angels. Kendrick and Hamilton and Callaspo. Good block there by Holiday.
Downs has inherited 20 base runners this year, and 6 of the 20 have come around to score.
Double play ball here would be huge. The Angels already a 2-run lead here, trying to break it open in the 5th. And the 1-1. Another block by Holiday. For the Angels tonight, 5 for 9 with runners in scoring position.
They always present problems for the Tigers. I mean, since Socha has been their manager, they pretty much had their way with the Tigers.
Here's the 2-1 off the plate. Now you've got a problem here. It's 3-1 with the bases loaded. Ibar waiting on deck.
This is a lovely spot for any hitter to be in. Bases loaded. You know you're going to get a fastball right down the middle. I mean, there's no guesswork here.
And he missed high, ball 4, which will drive in a run. And that run belongs to Porcello. It's now 5-2 in favor of the Angels. Second RBI of the night for Conger as Kendrick comes around to score. This will be the 8th man to bat in the inning, Eric Ibar. He's 1 for 2. Grounded foul right by the runner at third base, Hamilton. The rally started with a 1-out double by Pujols, a base hit by Trumbo. Kendrick singled in a run. Hamilton singled in a run. Intentional walk, and that was the end for Porcello. Again, grounded foul. Barehanded play by Dino Ebel. 0-2. Meanwhile, C.J. Wilson fell behind 2-1 on the home run by Cabrera, but his teammates have scored 1 in the 3rd, 1 in the 4th, and 3 here in the 5th. Five runs, 10 hits for the Angels. 2 runs, 4 hits for Detroit. Here's the 1-2. Driven toward left. Garcia on the run. He'll make the play. Hamilton will tag at third. He'll come around to score. It's a sacrifice fly, and for a minute there it looked like that ball might carry over the head of Garcia. Sac fly and an RBI for Ibar.
Garcia misplayed it initially. He came in about 3 steps, then he had to retreat back and to make the catch, and before getting the ball back into the infield.
6-2 ball game. And the Angels will bat around here in the 5th. Here is J.B. Shuck. Breaking ball bends away, 1-0. Shuck tonight has a double and a run scored. He's 1 for 3. On the ground and through. Another base hit. Callaspo, they're going to try and score him. Here comes the throw from Torrey. It is not in time. Another run scores as Shuck will take second on the throw home, and the Angels starting to pour it on now. It's 7-2. That'll close the book on Porcello.
It really doesn't matter what the Angels get from it, whether it be Downs or whether it be Porcello. They just have got their hitting shoes on here tonight. And the Tigers are going to have to match their intensity if they're going to get back in this game.
It's 11 hits now for the Halos. 7-2 ball game. And a ball outside to Mike Trout. Trout started the inning with a fly ball to right. Single in a run back in the 3rd. Strike called, 1-1. More action in the Detroit bullpen. That would be right-hander Evan Reed. Tigers tonight have been out hit 11-4. The Angels put up 5 here in the 5th inning. And there's another base hit to left field. Conger comes around to score. That'll make it 8-2. As Trout gets his second RBI of the night. And this has turned into an ugly inning. Jeff Jones comes out again. 48th RBI of the year from Mike Trout. That is the 12th hit of the game as the Angels put up a 6th spot here in the 5th. Breaking a 2-2 tie. And we mentioned this Angels team, they can still hit. And there's been a perception out that they've struggled offensively, but not really so. They came in at .265, which is only behind Detroit, Baltimore, and Boston this year. Yet when you look at the standings, they came in 11 games behind. Last time the Angels were 10 under at this point in the season, 1994. We would not know it by the numbers they put up tonight. 8 runs on 12 hits, and here is Pujols. Ball 1 to Albert. The only Angel not to reach in this inning was Ibar, and he drove in a run with a sacrifice fly. Albert had a double earlier in the frame, 1 for 3. Here's the 1-0. Slice to right center field. That'll get down a base hit, score another run. Shuck comes in to score. Trout goes all the way to 3rd, and Pujols has 2 hits in the inning. And Tigers fans getting a little bit impatient. It's now 9-2. Jim Leyland can't find a way to stop the bleeding. He's going to go back to the bullpen.
Rough outing for Downs. Also rough outing for Porcello.
Another wall side windows pitching change. Evan Reed will be coming in from the Detroit bullpen. It's 9-2 LA. We'll be back. Brought to you by Meyer. Text Meyer to 37338 to be eligible to win a fantastic prize pack that any baseball fan would love. Meyer math means savings that really add up. At Meyer, the math always works in your favor. The math tonight is not working in the Tigers' favor, to be sure. They are down 9-2. They've given up 13 hits in the game, and here's Evan Reed.
5 games so far this year for Reed, and since coming up from the minor leagues, his second stint in the majors. He's got a big arm, 97, 98 with his fastball. Also a pretty good slider.
Here's Mark Trumbo. Popped up foul, back out of play. No balls and 1 strike. The Angels tonight are getting it done. They are 8 out of 12 with runners in scoring position. 0-1 on Trumbo. It's the 12th man to bat in the inning. Here's the 0-1. A little bit off the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike.
2 of the ugliest innings of the year this year by this Tigers team have both happened against this Angels squad.
A 9-run first inning against Porcello when he faced them back in April, and now a 7-run 5th for the Angels here tonight. Oh, he threw it away. That's going to get another run in.
Boy, oh boy.
This is just not good. Here in the 5th inning, Pujols going to go all the way to 3rd. Trout scores with ease.
Why would you pick over there with Pujols on first base anyway?
Just about to ask you that question. E1, it's a 10-2 ball game.
Albert's not going anywhere.
He's going to 3rd right now. And Prince seemed surprised by that throw.
I would not doubt that.
Swing and a miss. It is an 8-run 5th inning. It's 10-2 Angels. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Trumbo. Hit hard to the shortstop. Peralta makes the play. And Trumbo is out by a step, finally ending the inning. 8 runs on 7 hits. You're watching Tigers baseball tonight, presented by Bell Tire. Players who spend more than 22 seasons with a single franchise. Did you get him? Did you get him? Brooks Robinson 23 years with the Orioles. Karl Yastrzemski, 23 years with the Boston Red Sox. Those guys are pretty good.
You don't see that kind of longevity any longer with one squad, not with free agency, and all players for the most part changing uniforms at least once in their big league careers.
Well, the Tigers will need a big comeback here tonight. They are down 10-2. And C.J. Wilson goes back to the hill now after his teammates got him 8 in the top of this inning. Ryan Holiday leads it off for the Detroiters, and he looks at a ball high.
And C.J. Wilson, for the most part, does not enjoy this kind of run support. He came in with an ERA just a shade over 3.5, but only one game over 500.
Well, then you know he's loving this.
No doubt.
8 runs, make it 10 runs on 13 hits, 8 in the 5th inning. Wilson had a lengthy sit down, but he will certainly trade that for the 8th spot. 1-2 on Brian Holiday. He'll be followed by Jackson and then Hunter. Here's Wilson's 1-2. Bouncing in there. Conger is able to scoop it up. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The only blemish on the mark tonight so far for C.J. Wilson was the 2-run opposite field home run that Miguel Cabrera hit back in the 3rd. And the 2-2. Down the right field line, slicing. He'll get back out of play. Alex Avila still on the disabled list, has been serving a rehab assignment down at AAA Toledo, and so Holiday was called up to replace him on the roster. Jim's saying today it's more than just Alex feeling healthy. He needs to have some good at-bats down at Toledo before they'll bring him back up. And that one just missed. 3-2. Jackson and Torrey Hunter to follow. Popped up back into the seats.
CJ's best fastball tonight has gotten up to 93 miles an hour. He has gone as low as 75 with his changeup. Could be a slow curveball.
Fly ball right field. That'll chase Hamilton back. He's under it though. Holiday is out. He's 0 for 2. 6 in a row retired following the Cabrera home run from Mr. Wilson. That'll bring up Austin Jackson. H.A. is 0 for 1 with the walk. Jackson with an 8-game hitting streak. Ball high and away. 1 ball, 1 strike. It's been a really good homestand for Austin. 12 hits. Took that 1 game off to rest the hamstring, which was bothering him just a little bit, but not enough to keep him out of the lineup multiple games.
You forget how valuable Jackson is when he is out of the lineup. When he comes back and performs the way that he has in the last 9 games.
Well, as an example, the Tigers are 13-0 this year when he scores more than 1 run in a game. Here's the ball high, 2-2.
Their overall body of work since he's been in a Tigers uniform, well above 500 when Jackson touches home plate.
Inside, fill the count now, 3-2.
And it's not like Infante and Dirks weren't getting any hits when Jackson was out for that month. But for whatever reason, they just were not touching home plate as frequently as Jackson does.
Well, I think it's the aspect of his game as this ball is going to get back into the seats. The speed that he brings is a difference.
And it's not like Jackson steals a lot of bases. Only 6 steals on the season. He's only been caught 1 time, but he's just had quality plate appearance after quality plate appearance. 16 hits, 6 walks, 10 runs scored since he's come back from the DL.
Again, waiting on a 3-2. Here it is. And he walked him. Well, Jackson is aboard with 1 out. Second time he's walked in this ballgame. Hey, see the Tigers battle the Chicago White Sox July 9th and 10th to take advantage of the Tigers Summer Fun Pack. Get a ticket, food voucher, and a Tigers t-shirt for only $35. Visit Tigers.com/fun to order. Tigers.com/fun.
They still have a big league team?
Chicago?
Yes.
Yeah, we just haven't seen them yet. We're not kidding. They really are on the calendar.
How do you go all the way into July before you see a club
in your division? Pretty amazing how the schedule's worked out this year, but the added interleague games I think probably has something to do with that. Torrey Hunter is 2 for 2 with a couple of singles. Here's the 1-0. Swing and a miss. 1-1. The Tiger schedule is so strange this year that they're actually ending the season in a National League park. In Miami against the Marlins.
South Beach.
Here's the 1-1. Ground ball left side. Under the glove of Ibar to left.
The 3rd hit of the game for Torrey Hunter.
2 on, 1 out.
And the last couple of days of that Boston series and here today, Torrey Hunter getting some fastballs out in front of him, hitting them through that left side of the infield, whereas the majority of the year he's gotten a lot of hits in the right field, center field.
Little meeting on the mound. Wilson chatting with Hank Conger, talking about this guy, Miguel Cabrera, who flicked one into the seats down the right field line back in the 3rd. His 21st home run of the season.
Here's that home run. May have been a fastball off the plate outside, but that's just the bat range that Miguel has. Able to climb the ladder and still get on top of it for a 2-run homer. Miguel's first time up tonight, C.J. Wilson struck him out on a fastball that was up in the zone, and you can't try to get Miguel out the same way twice in a game. Usually you're not successful.
Bounce again. Conger able to block it. 1 ball, 1 strike. Cabrera tied Edwin Encarnacion for 2nd in the American League in homers with his 21st. Chris Davis just continues to hit him. He has 27. Apparently he hit another one tonight. Make it 28. Yeah, there you go. Boy, they're quick in the truck.
Davis having a career season.
Cabrera wide lead right now in the average column. Ball high. 2-1 on Miguel Cabrera. Wilson now at 97 pitches. The 2-1 high, 3-1. Walking a single, giving the Tigers 2 base runners. Prince Fielder waiting on deck. And Cabrera's got himself in a really nice spot here, up in the count 3-1. Popped up foul. And Trumbo giving a look. Can't get it. 2 rows deep. 3-2 on Miguel. The rain starting to fall at the ballpark now. Umbrellas. Fans heading for cover. And again the 3-2. Fouled off. Off his foot. And that was an even 100 thrown now by Wilson. Meanwhile, Cabrera still trying to get the feeling back in his foot. Jackson at second. Hunter at first. Got him. Strike 3 on the outside corner.
Good pitch there by Wilson. It was a breaking ball, and he went in the back door, and Miguel Cabrera kind of gave up on it because he thought it was going to be outside, and the ball just caught the outside corner. Actually got a little bit more than the outside corner. Good pitch by Wilson.
For a strikeout. So here is Prince Fielder, who's now 5 for 11 against Wilson. A couple of fly balls tonight. Slices one toward left center field, and it's going to fall in. Shuck wasn't able to get it. 1 run will score. Fielder goes to second. And it's now 10-3.
Shuck, he lost that ball in the lights. At the last moment, he kind of turned his head, and that allowed Prince to get a double and at least 1 RBI here. It's a helpless feeling as an outfielder when you go over and that ball is in direct line with the lights. Second look really going to give you a good look at it.
We'll bring Mike Butcher, the pitching coach, out to have a chat with Wilson, who has now given up a walk, a single, and a double in this inning. Tigers down 10-3. 19th two-bagger of the year for Prince Fielder. That is also his 59th RBI. Which makes Fielder now 6 for 12 career against Wilson. There is activity in the Angels bullpen. Michael Kahn warming up. Tigers have their 6th hit. Now we'll see if Victor can get 2 more in with a base hit. He's 0 for 2. This has not been a good matchup for Victor Martinez. 3 for 22 against C.J. Wilson. And he's got him tonight with a fly ball and a ground out. And Victor can get the Tigers a little bit closer here with a base hit. Hunter, Fielder on the bases. And the 0-1. No balls, 2 strikes. Big 8-run 5th inning for the Angels, breaking this one open. It was 2-2 going into this 5th. Rick Porcello was knocked out of the game. Darren Downs roughed up. And before it was over, the Angels put up an 8 spot. Tigers trying to chip away with a couple more here. Checked it low. Geiger blocks it. 1-2 the count. This will be the 30th pitch coming up in this half inning for Wilson after his teammates got him 8 in the top of the frame.
He's had innings pitched thrown of 24, 27. He hasn't been very efficient today.
Line drive left field. That ball is going to get down and drive in 2. Victor Martinez singles in a pair, and now it's 10-5.
He needs one more out to qualify for a win in this game, and he's not making it easy on his manager, Mike Scioscia. And Victor Martinez has had some lengthy at-bats today against Wilson, although he has not had a lot of success in his career against him. But he drives in a couple of big runs with that ball that's up in the strike zone.
Tigers now back to within 5. And Victor has an even 40 RBIs. Here's Peralta. And he pulls one to third. Nice play there by Callaspo. They'll get the force to end the inning. Tigers answer with 3. We'll go to the 6th. Tigers clawing back a little bit. They're down by 5 now. Tigers up 4 on Cleveland, 6.5 up on KC. They've got some work to do, though, in this game. Down by 5 runs. Evan Reed goes to work and is fouled straight back. Kendrick Hamilton, Callaspo here in the 6th. Angels 10 runs, 13 hits. They've scored in each of the last 3. Now the 0-1. Ball inside. Kendrick had an RBI single as part of the 8-run 5th inning. He is 1 for 3 in this game. Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Outstanding pitch there by Reed. He can get as high as 97 with his fastball, but when he gets on top of his breaking ball, the result is a pitch with some pretty good tilt at 83 miles an hour.
And the 1-2. Checked it. Didn't go around, but still a pretty good pitch there by Reed.
I don't know how Kendrick was able to take this fastball at 97. He hit the glove of Holiday. Look at the glove. Glove doesn't move.
Now the 2-2. Fouled back out of play. Angels came into the series on the heels of being swept by the Pittsburgh Pirates. Hamilton waiting on deck.
And then when the Angels leave here, they go see the Houston Astros, and the Astros have had their number this year. Angels no success against Houston.
Third time this year the Angels have been swept. Wouldn't be able to tell it what they've been able to do tonight. 10 runs, 13 hits. And again the 2-2. Low. 3 balls, 2 strikes. And Howie Kendrick. Jim Leyland's bunch just finished up a 4-game series against Boston in which they won 3 of 4. There's a bouncing ball to first base. Prince with the tricky hop. Reed will cover, and he's safe. He missed the bag. Wow. It has just been that kind of night, folks. He got the ball in plenty of time. He just missed the bag. Missed it there. Missed it there. And the runner is safe. That's an error on Reed. Tigers have their 2nd error in this game. Big swing there by Hamilton, who has 3 hits tonight.
He may be the most aggressive hitter at swinging at first pitches in the American League. Hamilton. And no first pitch that he sees he doesn't like.
He loves hitting here. 383 now. Here at Comerica Park. That last error was actually the 3rd error by the Tigers. They've just put it up on the scoreboard now. So these two teams have combined for 4 errors tonight. And the way the Angels have been hitting here this evening, you can't give them extra outs. They have 13 hits. Hamilton 3 singles, 2 runs scored, and an RBI. One and 2 on Josh Hamilton. 3 times in his career with the Texas Rangers, he knocked in over 100. 43 home runs last season, but it really, Rod, is the way he ended the year that many people remember him by last season.
And it's the main reason why they decided not to bring him back. They didn't really offer him a fair deal, the Texas Rangers. They made it rather easy for Hamilton to walk away from that franchise.
Down he goes, swinging, 1 gone.
He left with a bad taste in his mouth, but he did a lot of damage in that Texas Rangers uniform while he was there. He was an MVP. He made all-star teams, and they had back-to-back World Series appearances with Hamilton on that squad.
295, 171 home runs in his 7th season. Hamilton putting up big numbers in Texas. Here's Callaspo. But certainly the way he ended the season last year, and I think the Rangers made it pretty obvious they did not want to go with the depth of commitment that the Angels were able to come up with. Callaspo batting with 1 on 1 out. We're in the 6th. Bouncing ball right side. Infante will spin to second one. Here comes the relay. Not in time. 2 gone.
So you feel like the Texas Rangers, for the most part, did not tender him a fair contract based on the way he ended the season versus some of his history in the past?
Yeah, I think just based on what Josh Daniels said in an interview that I heard him a couple of days ago, he said, look, we really appreciated what he did, but certainly the way the season ended last year and some of the offseason problems Josh had in the past affected the number of years they wanted to give him.
Right.
So, yeah, I think it did, but boy, you look at the production and it was awfully good.
Although Hamilton's numbers are not nearly Josh Hamilton-like numbers right now, we could very easily look up on October 1st and he could have 25 homers, 85 to 90 RBIs, and be hitting 280.
Oh, I think he will. Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt. Here's the 0-1. I mean, look at the start that Pujols got off to last year, and he finished, what, 30 home runs?
He sure did.
So there's a lot of baseball to be played. Hamilton tonight has 3 hits. 10-5 Angels have the lead. He's batting .215 now. 26 RBIs. And the 0-2. And he tipped it into the glove for strike 3. Conger is out. Inning is over. Bottom of the 6th is coming up. Fantasy batting practice on August 9th, and hit the pitchers, or the pitch is thrown by former Tiger pitcher Dave Rozema. Call 313-471-2550 or visit tigers.com. Fantasy batting practice against Dave Rozema. That's August 9th. Give that phone number a call. 471-2550. We've got a new pitcher now for the Angels. It'll be Michael Kahn.
Kahn pitching in his 25th game this year. Real good earned run average at 218, 21 strikeouts, and 11 base on balls for Kahn. So he can get a little wild, just as C.J. Wilson, their starter, came into the contest tonight with 40 base on balls in 94 innings pitched.
So Wilson is able to go 5, but he does give up 5 runs, 7 hits. Teammates got him plenty of offense tonight. Still 10-5 in favor of the Angels. Omar Infante will lead it off here in the bottom of the 6th. It'll be Infante, Garcia, Holiday facing the right-hander Michael Kahn. In for a strike, 0-1. Kahn did not pitch last year, had elbow problems, a torn ligament in spring training 2 seasons ago, so that shut him down for 2012. Made his big league debut a couple of years ago with the Angels in 2010. Native of Camden, South Carolina. In the air to right field. Hamilton coming over and coming in. 1 out. Bring of Avisail Garcia as we scope out the Tigers in-game box score. Big night tonight for Torrey.
Yeah, the other big knock came off the bat of the 2 big guys, Miguel and Prince.
And Victor with a couple of RBIs. Miguel with a homer in this game. Garcia, a couple of strikeouts against the lefty. Shoots one in the air to right. Hamilton racing back, goes to the warning track. 2 up, 2 down here in the 6th inning.
And Kahn's got a fastball that will get up to 95 miles an hour. He also has a slider and a changeup, but he doesn't throw a changeup that often. Only 3% of the time does he throw the changeup. Primarily fastballs and sliders.
Brian Holiday is 0 for 2. Way outside. Eight-run 5th right now, the difference. The Angels poured it on in the 8th inning. Tigers would answer with 3 in the bottom of the 5th. Down the middle it comes. 1 ball, 1 strike on Holiday, who played his college ball at TCU and was a Johnny Bench Award winner there. The award given out yearly for the top catcher in college baseball. There was some major lightning going on out beyond the center field wall. There's some weather in the area.
Real light drizzle falling right now. Nothing significant.
Therefore, some umbrellas popping up. And the 1-2. Little pop up back at first. Kendrick will go back there behind Trumbo to make the catch. Inning over. We go to the 7th. In favor of the Angels, 10 runs, 13 hits for Los Angeles, 5 runs, 7 hits, but 3 errors for the Detroit Tigers. And the Angels coming back to the plate here in the 7th inning. We'll have Eric Ibar to start things off on what has been a muggy night, and rain starting to fall now here at the ballpark. It is not a heavy rain, but it has been a steady drizzle, so to speak. Evan Reed back to the hill. He came on in the 6th inning. Actually came on in the 5th inning and pitched through the 6th, and now back to work in the 7th.
Yeah, Jim had to go through 3 pitchers in that inning.
Eric Ibar. And he takes ball 1 outside. Sac fly. Single RBI tonight for Ibar. Here's the 1-0. 2 balls, no strikes. Porcello started this game, could not get through the 5th. Then Downs and then Reed. Here's the 2-0. High, 3 balls, no strikes. And he walked him on 4 straight. While we have a chance, let's check back in with Shannon Hogan.
All right, you guys, I have some new friends, and they're all voting already for the All-Star game. If you have not voted yet, there's still plenty of time. You can vote up to midnight on July 4th on the Tigers page, tigers.com/vote. And of course, you're not going to want to miss the All-Star game. That's going to be on at 8 o'clock on July 16th on Fox. I'm very distracted by all these new friends that I have here, but the kids were very excited. They wanted the sign, so we figured we'd get the word out about the vote, you guys.
All right, Shannon, thanks very much. There's a throw that goes into center field. Ibar is going to get up and head to 3rd, and he's in there safely.
Yeah, this Angels team not conceding anything. Even though they have a 5-run lead in the 7th inning, they are still playing real aggressive baseball. And it's almost like they caught him off guard. A real good jump by Ibar. Holiday really had no chance at throwing him out at second base.
It's going to be the 4th error of the game now for Detroit. That one belongs to Holiday.
This one's been ugly,
to be sure. But the rain's still falling. J.B. Shuck with the infield in now in a 10-5 game. Here's the 1-0. High, 2 balls, no strikes. First of 3 between these 2 squads. Tigers tomorrow night as well will host the Angels. Alvarez, Tommy Hanson. And now back on the telephone is Jeff Jones. In the air, left field. Garcia sizing it up. Ibar tagging up. Ibar going to try and score. Here comes the throw. It's off target. Give the Angels another run. Sac fly. Shuck has driven in 2 tonight. 11-5. Luke Pecona now starting to warm up in the Detroit bullpen. Shuck now with 17 driven in this year. Mike Trout the batter. Right down the middle, strike 1 on Trout. He's done his share of damage tonight. 2 for 4, a couple of hits, both of them singles, and 2 RBIs. Adding a solid 309. Ground ball to short. 2 steps to his right, Peralta. Trout busting it down the line is out by a step. 2 gone. Tigers now have allowed 10 or more runs 3 times in the last 6 games. They've given up 11 runs tonight as Pujols stands in. Albert takes ball 1. We mentioned that Pujols played 11 seasons with the St. Louis Cardinals. In 10 of those seasons, he knocked in 100 or more runs. 10 of the 11.
The other year is about 90 something, wasn't it?
It was 99. So he missed by 1 RBI. That was in his final season in St. Louis, 2011.
Oh, he's got to go. 99 runs. We got to get him out of town.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what the conversation was like.
He's lost it.
2-0. Foul back out of play. 2 balls, 1 strike. Only Joe Mauer among the actives has a better lifetime batting average.
The one guy on that list that a lot of people really don't know a lot about, and they should, is Todd Helton. But he is never and will never be given the credit for as good as he's been because of where he played in Colorado.
That's in for a strike. 2-2 because of the altitude there.
Yeah, and the way the ball traveled there really early in their franchise days.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. High towering fly ball left center field. Jackson and Garcia. It's Garcia. 2 on the inning. Another run in for the Angels. Stretch time here in Detroit. It's available for iPhone, iPad, Android, and BlackBerry 10. At Bat delivers Tigers baseball with live audio, stats, news, highlights, and more. Text at Bat to 31826 or visit Tigers.com. There is rain falling here at the ballpark. It has been now for the past inning or so. So Heather Nabosny and her crew out there to try and help out the infield with all the diamond dry here.
Well, not raining hard enough to stop the game, although it has been somewhat a steady rain for the last inning or so. Kudos to the grounds crew.
Nice job by the grounds crew. They come out here in the half inning, and they've got pretty much most of the diamond dry down. So the Tigers have some work to do here. They are down 11-5 as umbrellas have been featured here all over the ballpark tonight with the rain falling. Not heavy enough, though, to halt the proceedings, fortunately. It'll be Austin Jackson leading it off, top of the order for the Tigers, and they will face a new pitcher. That would be Garrett Richards.
And Garrett Richards this season, 26 games for the Halos. He's got a big arm. His fastball gets all the way up to 96. He also has a slider. He features a curveball and a changeup as well, but doesn't throw those pitches very often.
Ball one outside to the leadoff man, Austin Jackson.
And Richards had a start against the Tigers in that 3-game series that they played against the Angels out west at the beginning of the season. Seems like forever. And that was the first road trip of the year for the Tigers.
And he looks at a strike. One ball, one strike. Rain still falling here. Little chopper back to the mound. Richards quickly off to make the play. One gone. We'll bring up Torrey Hunter. Pretty good night tonight for Torrey. 3 hits. He has scored a couple of runs. He'll slide in for a strike. 95 miles an hour from Richards. And you talked about the big arm he has. Mid to upper 90s.
His stuff might work better out of the bullpen. And because for the most part, he's just fastball slider. And a guy like Richards coming out of the bullpen, he could let it all hang out for an inning or two and throw a lot of mid-90s to upper 90s fastballs, whereas a starter, you have to pace yourself a little bit better. You can't come out throwing 95 in the first inning. You won't last very long.
The start that you spoke of, though, against the Tigers earlier this year was a good one for him.
Oh, yeah, he's got a good arm.
Only went 7 innings, gave up 2 hits, punched out 8. There's a chopper hit to the third baseman, and Callaspo has it. Torrey is retired for the first time tonight. 2 gone here in the 7th. Now they bring up Cabrera. Miggy tonight with a 2-run homer, sandwiched in between a couple of punch-outs. 369 average, 21 home runs now for Miguel. In the air down the right field line. Hamilton coming over, will not get there. It's back out of play. Richards was born not too far from the Big A in Riverside, California, but he grew up in Oklahoma, went to high school there, and then went on to pitch at the University of Oklahoma.
And Mike Butcher and Mike Scioscia all smiles here tonight with a 6-run lead in the top half of the 7th, excuse me, bottom half of the 7th.
Here's the 0-1. Ground ball to short. Backhanded there by Ibar. And the Tigers go 1-2-3 on 3 ground balls against Garrett Richards. Comerica Bank game summary. Miguel Cabrera had a 2-run homer in this game, 77 RBIs this season. The Angels' 5th inning, well, that rod is the story in this game. They scored 8 times in the frame.
Yeah, they got hits every which way. They had some walks. There were some errors. It just wasn't a pretty inning for the Tigers defensively, nor for the pitching staff.
Rick Porcello struggling in 2 starts this year against the Angels. Well, Miguel Cabrera, consecutive months with the .295 average and 20 RBIs. He's got 9 of them. Look at some of the names on this list.
Garrett, Ruth, Fox, and Miggy's done it 9 times.
Oh,
Garrett, Ruth, Fox, Davis, Bagwell 6 times. Miguel hitting close to 360 this month, and he has 16 RBIs as well with that 2-run home run earlier in this game. So it could very easily be 10 consecutive months with those numbers in the next week.
I'm thinking he's going to get it.
That is ridiculous. 9 times he's already done it, and the names that we put up on that list are just some of the best that have ever worn a uniform.
Well, he has 5 more games after this one here tonight to get the 4 RBIs. Here come the Angels now. We're in the 8th inning. 11-5. Halos have the lead. Mark Trumbo leads it off. Trumbo, Kendrick Hamilton. Bouncing ball left side. There's Cabrera. And he threw it away. Prince unable to get it. Trumbo will motor to second. And motor is a relative term when speaking of Trumbo, but he's out there anyway. Tigers about to pick up their 5th error. Yikes.
They might want to burn this video after the game. Can't use this one as a teaching tool.
They've already started. One of those nights. 5 runs, 7 hits, 5 errors for Detroit. Here's Kendrick. How he looks at strike 1. Single to drive in a run back in the 5th. He is 1 for 4. And the rain continues to fall as these 2 teams try and make it through what has now turned into a steady rain. Kendrick has 8 home runs this year. He had 8 all of last season, so we're not even at the All-Star break, and he has matched last season's home run total. Fouled away.
Howie has turned himself into a really good big league player. And when he first came up to the Angels, he was a good hitter and put up good numbers in the minor leagues, but his glove wasn't as good, wasn't very good at second base, but he's gotten a lot better. One of your better all-around second basemen when you add in the offense.
Well, he's got a shot to reach his career high, which is 18 home runs. He did that a couple of years ago. Took a step back last year with the power, but he's back up there this year. Josh Hamilton waiting on deck. And the 2-2. In on his hands that time, and he sprays it foul. Evan Reed still out there. Trumbo standing at second, courtesy of an error. Fouled straight back. Luke Pekonen is warming up in the Detroit bullpen. He's been up. And again the 2-2. Driven to center field. Jackson is on the move. Trumbo tags but holds. Kendrick is out.
Let's take a peek at today's whiff of the game. It is brought to you by Head and Shoulders. Josh Hamilton 3 for 3 in the game until his last at bat against Evan Reed, and Reed got him with a good tailing fastball in the mid-90s. That was up and away from him. Nice job by Reed.
Hamilton singled in a run as part of that big 8-run fifth. Ball 1. Hamilton came into this game 0 for his last 15, and then he promptly singled in each of his first 3 at bats. Now the 1-0. Swing and a miss. We mentioned the Tigers have 5 errors in this game. The last time they have had a 5-error game, look at this, July of 2007 against the Red Sox. Tigers won that game 6-5.
Did they?
They overcame 5 errors. It's going to be a much taller task here this evening, down by 6 runs. Ball outside. Now it's 3 balls, 1 strike on Josh Hamilton.
And Tigers came into play with only 29 errors, which was 3rd in the American League. With the 5 today, Minnesota jumps ahead of them, and they're now tied with Seattle and Tampa for on that list with 34.
3-2 on Hamilton. Porcello started this one for the Tigers, gave way to Downs. Reed. Evan trying to get through the 8th. 3-2 pitch. Foul away. This rain has been falling now for the last 2 or 3 innings, making it a slow track. And he walked it. So Hamilton is on again for the 4th time tonight. By the way, as soon as this game ends, our coverage continues. Tigers Live coming up. You'll hear from manager Jim Leyland. The players will break down this game, show you all of the highlights as well. Tigers Live immediately after the game. It's right here on Fox Sports Detroit.
Not what the skipper was expecting, coming off a real good win and a series win against the first place club in the East, the Boston Red Sox. Having a day off to recharge your batteries, but today hasn't been a good game.
Sloppy to say the least, with the 8-run fifth and the 5 errors. Callaspo the batter. Here's the 1-0. Way outside. 2-0.
As good as their starting rotation was going before the Anibal Sanchez injury and him going on the disabled list, they've kind of struggled to get wins other than Max. Verlander hasn't been himself. Porcello's last couple of turns haven't been real good.
Yeah, and it was, I guess, the one area that many people were starting to question that came up big in that Boston series, and that was the bullpen.
Yeah.
Smiley had a lot to do with that. Quick chat by Jeff Jones. Well, drawing a line through Downs, Reed, and Smiley. Smiley not available. The other 2 have been used. You got Pacone and Albuquerque. Koch and Benoit still in that Tiger pen. Here's the 2-0. That's a strike. Slice to left field, sinking. That's a base hit. Trumbo coming to third. They stop him there, and the bases are loaded now for the Angels. And that's going to mean Jim Leland's coming out to make a pitching change. Reed gave him 53 pitches tonight. He's going to go to Pekonen here. And we will step aside. Another pitching change here at a wet Comerica.
Of the game earlier this year out in Anaheim, the Angels had a 9-run inning against the Tigers. They did almost that here today in the 5th. 8 runs on 7 hits. There were base on balls. There were errors thrown. Just not a really good inning for the Detroit Tigers, and because of that, they're trailing in the first game of this series by 6 runs.
So we've got a new pitcher now. That would be Luke Pekonen coming in for the Tigers.
And a good arm for Pekonen, 94 to 97 with his fastball. He's got a slider, also a split-fingered fastball that he has a lot of confidence in. He's got a good ERA, 2.19 in 12 prior games in a Tigers uniform.
The Angels tonight are 9 for 15 with men in scoring position. Hank Conger, the batter. He checked it. Ball 1.
Conger was dialed in for that 95-mile-per-hour fastball that Pekonen features. And he got a 76-mile-per-hour breaking ball. He was able to hold up on it. But trust me, he is looking for that heater now. Angels have been on the base pass all day long.
You see a much different situation tonight for the Angels. They've gotten it done. 9 for 15. They came in batting .269 with men in scoring position. Now Conger ahead 2-0. Rolled it foul. 2-1.
Baseball's a funny game. And Tigers in jeopardy of losing their 4th consecutive game this year to the Angels. And the Angels beat up on them pretty bad last year too. But the Angels are 3-6 against the Houston Astros.
Doesn't make sense.
Not at all. Tigers have taken 7 of 8 from the Astros.
Popped up foul, back out of play. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Conger. The Angels trying to win their 7th straight against the Tigers. Since the start of the 2002 season, Angels are 63 and 36 against Detroit. Now they had some really good teams, obviously. There's strike 3 call. Tigers out of there, took a look.
They've always been a tough matchup for the Tigers. They've always had speed at the top. They've always had power. They've always had adequate starting pitching. And their bullpens have always been good. So their matchups just were not favorable for Detroit against this Angels team since Mike Socha's been their manager.
Here's Ibar now with 2 outs. Ball 1 to Ibar. Walked, stole a base, scored a run. Also has a sacrifice fly and a single. 14 hits tonight for the Halos. And in the 4 games so far between these two teams, the Angels have turned it up a notch offensively. 33 runs in the 4 games so far. Well, almost 4 games. Pulled foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Trumbo the runner at third base. They've got Hamilton at second base. Callaspo at first. And Peconin trying to shut this inning down. Line drive, base hit, right field. Trumbo scores. Hamilton stops at third. It's an RBI single to make it 12-5. And that run belongs to Reed.
The Angels also had the day off yesterday, but they traveled here to Detroit on their day off, as they do on most days off. Their travel not as friendly as the Tigers travel. Tigers, for the most part, get a lot of days off at home or their stationary in that next city already. Angels don't have that luxury.
Shuck fouls it back out of play. No, they don't, because they lose the 3 hours flying here to Detroit to 3 different time zones, and so they elect to travel on their off day. Well, obviously, they get in at a decent hour. But the travel from the West Coast to and from is one of the challenges. 0-1 on Shuck. Couple of RBIs for Shuck. Fouled away. 0-2.
And Peter Borges, their leadoff hitter, hurt himself on Sunday, sliding into second base with his left thumb. Appeared to catch that left thumb right underneath the bag, and he is injured again. He already has spent some time on the disabled list.
Now Peconin ready with the 0-2. Back him out of there. Angels had 15 hits tonight. 13 of them are singles. Here's Borges, who is a dynamic player, a lot of speed, terrific defensive player. And the 1-2. 95 from Peconin. That one just missed. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Back up the middle into center field. Score another run. Maybe 2. They will get 2 in.
Boy,
Shuck now has a 4 RBI night. And it's now 14-5, and that look by the skipper pretty much tells the story.
Hey, that's right.
Four RBIs tonight for Shuck. A 3-run 8th inning. It's now 14-5, and the Halos have 16 hits. So they will send their 8th man to the plate, and Mike Trout. Chopper left side. Cabrera has it. Thought about the tag. Instead throws it in the dirt. And that's going to put runners at first and third.
That's going to be the 6th error of the game as well.
And 2 of them for Cabrera in this inning. He started the frame with an E5, and that's going to be error number 6 for the Detroiters tonight. Bases are loaded. Here's Pujols, 9th man to bat in the inning. It has been as sloppy as the weather tonight in terms of how the Tigers have played this game. The 14 runs, a season high for the Angels. Here's the 0-1. Chopper back up the middle. Infante with a backhanded play. Throws in time. Inning over. 3 more in for the Angels. 14-5. Bank, a part of Detroit and the community since 1849. Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Visit ChevyDetroit.com to see why Chevy drives the Motor City. And by Wallside Windows, the official window company of Fox Sports Detroit. Got some changes now for the Angels. The aforementioned Peter Borges is in the game. He'll play center for Mike Trout. And you also have the new second baseman. That would be Brendan Harris. Mike Scioscia getting a couple of his starters out. Don Kelly is going to pinch hit as we go to the bottom of the 8th. Kelly hitting for Prince Fielder. Prince gets the rest of the night off. Then Martinez, then Peralta. Garrett Richards is still out there for the Angels. Rain's still falling here at a pretty good pace. There's ball 1 to Kelly. Don batting .231 this year. 3 home runs. The 1-0. He went around. Strike called by Doug Eddings. Kelly takes way outside. Richards came on in the 7th, got a 1-2-3 frame with 3 ground ball outs. Foul ball at home plate. 2-2 the count. Bouncing ball right side. Knocked down by Trumbo. And his throw is in time. They still got Kelly by half a step.
You know, you were talking about Borges when he was sitting on the bench last half inning being a dynamic player. Here's a couple of catches the last couple of years. Borges made his this year. Trout made his last year. In your opinion, which catch is more impressive?
The one on the left.
The Trout catch?
Yeah. By a hair. They're both very good. There's something about that Trout catch. I don't know what it is. I think it's the fact that he was flying through the air before he got to the wall.
Peter Borges must be an outstanding defender at the fact that Trout has played his best baseball in center field. And yet, when Borges came off the disabled list, Mike Socha put a Trout right back in left.
There's a strikeout Martinez. Well, he can play the position. There's no question about that. Victor tonight 1 for 3, 2-run single. 14-5. The Angels have the lead. The 14 runs, the most the Halos have scored this year, the most the Tigers have allowed this year. The 0-1. One ball, one strike on Victor Martinez. Jim Leyland can't be too happy with the 6 errors in this game tonight. Here's the 1-1. Bouncing ball, second base side. Harris has it there. And Victor is out there. 2 gone. He's going to bring up Johnny Peralta. 1 for 3 tonight for Johnny. Average of 321. There is activity in the Detroit bullpen. That would be Phil Cope. Tigers, including the game here tonight, are playing 20 in a row, butting up to the All-Star break. That little guy didn't care about the rain. Got the rally cap on and everything. So their off day yesterday was their last off day leading into the All-Star break. It's going to be a tough stretch, a long stretch.
And they got to play some pretty good teams. Leave here, go to Tampa. That Toronto team slowed down for at least one day in Tampa yesterday, but they've been good. And Cleveland's playing some pretty good baseball again.
Broken bat roller, left side of the infield, running scoop there by Ivar. Tigers go 1-2-3 in the 8th, which means we go to the 9th. The Halos tonight. Here's the upcoming pitching matchup presented by Gordon Chevrolet. This is what it will look like at the ballpark tomorrow night. Tommy Hanson, Jose Alvarez.
And Tigers also saw Hanson this year. They got him from the Atlanta Braves. He is 4-2 this season with a 5.10 ERA. And Alvarez will be making his third start in the absence of Sanchez and a 2.45 ERA. Not bad.
A lot of changes now for the Tigers. Andy Dirks will enter the ball game. He'll play in left field. Abisail Garcia will move from left to right. New third baseman is Ramon Santiago, replacing Miguel Cabrera. And Kelly stays in the game to replace Fielder. And we have a new pitcher as well. That would be Phil Koch.
And I thought maybe Jackson would come out of this game to make sure that Jim protects that tender left hamstring of his. But he elected to get his veteran players off their feet here tonight.
Mark Trumbo will lead it off as we go to the ninth inning. 16 hits for the Angels, 6 errors for the Tigers, and that pretty much sums it up from both ends. Trumbo 1 for 5.
And Trumbo hit a walk-off home run against Phil Koch earlier this year when the club was in Los Angeles. And Trumbo went up there looking for a breaking ball. He got a breaking ball on a fastball count and sent the Angels fans home happy.
In for strike one on Mark Trumbo in the ball game tonight. Trumbo reaching on an error in his last at bat. He has 1 hit. Here's the 0-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. That home run that Trumbo hit against Koch was his 5th career homer against the Tigers. And 15 RBIs. And those numbers over the span of 19 games. Power hitter that can play the infield or the outfield. He's played first. He's played right. He's played left. He is also DH'd for Mike Scioscia. Here's the 1-2. Tried to hold up. Couldn't do it though. Strike 3, 1 gone. Trumbo is out of there. Here's Brendan Harris. His first at bat tonight after taking over for Howie Kendrick. Harris takes ball 1. .226 this year for Harris. Had a pretty good series the first time these two teams met. 4 for 10. Fouled straight back. Harris' big league time with several different organizations. His major league career began with the Cubs in 2004. Montreal, Washington, Cincinnati, and Tampa among his stops, and Minnesota. Here's the 1-1. 2 balls and 1 strike. Five pitcher used tonight by the Tigers. The 5th pitcher, Koch. It all started with Porcello. And then Downs and Reed and Pekonen. And now Phil here in the ninth. Ball low, and the count on Brendan Harris is now 3-1. Hamilton lurking on deck. Three and two the count. Here's the Subway winning box score, and there's a whole lot going on this for the Angels.
Yeah, that's pretty busy. Up and down the lineup for the Angels hitters today.
16 total hits. Shuck, the top of the lineup with 3 of them. In fact, to the top 3 hitters in that lineup. Doing good work tonight for the Angels. And there's a walk. 1 on, 1 out. We'll bring up Hamilton again. Started the game with 3 straight hits. Then he punched out in the 6th. Then he walked and scored in the 8th. Tigers pitching now has walked 6 in this contest tonight. One of them was intentional. Hamilton takes a strike 0-1. Here's the 0-1 from Koch. Chopped foul first base side. No balls, 2 strikes on Josh Hamilton.
Phil Koch has had no difficulty this year getting left-handers out. However, right-handers have been a problem for Phil.
Seven different Angels have an RBI tonight. In fact, 3 of them have more than 1. They have spread the wealth with their 16 hits. Here's the 0-2. Fouled it off, just got a piece of it. Rain still falling here at the ballpark. It has for the last 3 or 4 innings. But the Angels certainly don't mind it with a commanding 14-5 lead. And the 0-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Memory serves, I think the last game against the Red Sox on Sunday was a 3-hour 47-minute game.
It was long.
And we will probably reach that plateau here tonight, or close enough to it.
Tigers gladly will take those results versus these results tonight.
This was a ball game until the Angels put up an 8 spot in the 5th inning, breaking a 2-2 tie. Swing and a miss. Hamilton down on strikes. 2 gone. I think Koch has his 2nd strikeout of the inning.
Finished off Hamilton with a breaking ball at the bottom of the zone. And that Josh swung right over the top of. Second time Hamilton has been struck out tonight.
So with 2 outs here is Callaspo. Angels tonight, with all the scoring they've done, they've also stranded 10 men on base. It's been a pretty good night for Callaspo. Singled, scored a run his last time, was walked intentionally, also walked back in the 2nd. Been on base 4 times. Here's the 1-0. Ground ball to 3rd, deep behind the bag. Backhanded play by Santiago. His throw is in time to end the inning. We are headed to the bottom of the 9th at soggy Comerica Park.
by Miller Lite. Tigers didn't have a lot of moments in this game, but we found one. It was Miguel's 2-run home run early in the game. That home run actually put the Tigers in the lead for just a half an inning against the starter, C.J. Wilson.
So the Tigers down to their final swings in this one with the rain still falling here at the ballpark. It's been a tough night for the hometown team. They find themselves trailing in this one as Brad Hopp comes in to play some first base now for the Angels. And the Tigers will have Infante to lead it off. Then Garcia and then Holiday. 14 runs, 16 hits for the Angels, 5 runs, 7 hits, but 6 errors for Detroit. Infante is 1 for 3 with a double. Foul ball that the catcher Conger took the brunt of. No balls, 1 strike. Garrett Richards still out there. He came on in the 7th inning. This will be his 3rd inning of work. Way inside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Sometimes you can use your long man late in the game when you've got a big lead to give you about 3 innings when you don't want to use your entire bullpen, or you can use them early in the game when your starter happens to get knocked out early. We've seen Drew Smiley in a couple different roles this year for the Tigers.
Well, Richards has been good. 6 up, 6 down. In fact, every out recorded via the ground out. Jim Leyland trying to turn the page on this one. Think about a little bit tomorrow for game 2 in the series, where the Tigers will try and even up the series if they fail to make a massive comeback here in the 9th. Here's the 1-2. Popped up, back toward the seats, out of play. At one time in the ballpark, we had a big crowd of 34,204, but many of those folks have decided to find a drier place. Some have just simply pulled out the rain gear.
A lot of folks headed down 75, man, in that lodge, headed to the house today.
It's been one of those nights. It's been raining since what, the middle of this game? I think the 5th innings when it started. Yet they've been able to play through it. 1-2. Tigers got a 2-run single from Martinez in the 5th to make it 10-5, but since then, I give the Angels pitching some credit. They've retired 10 straight. Low, 2-2. And Richards has retired 6 of them. Kahn came on for a 1-2-3-6. Then Richards. And the 2-2. Bouncing ball, third base side. Routine play there for Callaspo. So another ground ball out. That's 11 straight retired by Angels pitching. Here comes Garcia. He's batting with 1 out, nobody on. Javi tonight is 0 for 3. Strike 1. Richards would get his 2nd save if he finishes off the 9th inning here. Garcia cuts and misses, and the count is 0-2.
Yeah, they might have themselves a future closer in Richards with the stuff that he features. Mid-90s, fastball with a real good slider. He's got 2 other pitches, but he does not use those pitches very often. That would be the curveball and the changeup. But you don't need them if you're pitching one inning, whether it be the 8th or the 9th.
Just off the plate there.
And those last 2 fastballs he's thrown to Garcia, one at 93, one at 94. I mean, they've got some nice cutting action to them. They're not straight fastballs.
Won 12 games a couple of years ago in the minor leagues as a starter. Fouled off. He was 12-2 at Arkansas in 2011. Was promoted to the big leagues for 7 appearances. First rounder in 2009. Now Richards ready with the 1-2 pitch. Drilled to center field, a base hit. 1-out single for Garcia.
He got himself a breaking ball at 85 miles an hour. He was out in front, but the hand stayed back. And because the hands stayed back, he was still able to generate some bat speed through the zone to get his first hit of the game.
A 1-on, 1-out. And the Tigers have their 8th hit of this ball game tonight. Here's Holiday. 0 for 3. Ball 1. So that snaps a string of 11 straight that Angels pitching had retired, dating back to the 2-run single by Martinez in the 5th. Tigers had only 1 lead in this game, and that was after Cabrera hit a 2-run homer in the bottom of the 3rd to make it 2-1 Detroit. And they have not led since. 1 ball, 1 strike on Holiday. Two and 1 the count. Swing and a miss. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Alvarez tomorrow for the Tigers. Tommy Hanson, and then on Thursday, Doug Fister and Jared Weaver will close out this series. Day baseball here on Thursday, and the Tigers will take a flight to Florida to take on the Rays for the weekend. Way outside, 3-2. And he walked him. So Richards now has given up a single and a walk. That'll put 2 men on.
The Tampa Bay Rays have slowed down the Toronto Blue Jays the last couple of days. They beat them again today. Toronto had won 11 games in a row before losing to Toronto yesterday.
We'll see both of those teams on the next road trip. Tampa, Toronto, and then Cleveland. So here's Jackson now with 2 men on. Richards has thrown 35 pitches since coming on in the 7th inning. Jackson cuts and misses 0-1. Austin tonight with 2 walks and a run score. Here's the 0-1. Ooh, strike call. 0-2 on Jackson. Angels have some activity. Billy Buckner. Here's the 0-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So Richards now has thrown 38. Retired the first 7 he faced until he gave up the single to Garcia here in the 9th. Bouncing ball foul, third base side. We were talking about the oddity and the strangeness of baseball sometimes. The Angels 3-7 against Houston, who is considered one of the weakest teams in baseball, yet 4-0 if they hold on here to beat the Tigers.
Houston's pitching staff has an earned run average in those games, those 10 games against the Angels, under 2.
Pretty impressive.
And that was really before their starting pitchers kind of hit their stride. They've been pitching better lately, but when we saw them earlier in the year, they were having all kinds of issues out of their starting rotation.
Fouled away. Angels trying to win their 7th consecutive game against the Tigers. Swept them in Anaheim back in April. And they've used 14 runs on 16 hits to bring them to within 2 outs of winning this game. And again the 1-2. Low, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I guess if there's a positive out of this game, it's the fact that the Cleveland Indians have lost their game, so the Tigers will not give up any ground to the Cleveland Indians in the standings.
Cleveland came in 3.5 behind the Tigers. Andy Dirks waiting on deck. Richards now struggling here in the 9th after mowing through the Tigers in the 7th and the 8th. Ground ball left side, base hit. Garcia coming to third. They'll send him home. He will score. And Austin Jackson picks up an RBI single. And it's 14-6.
Mike Scioscia now talking with Mike Butcher, the pitching coach, and they're trying to decide how far they want to go with Richards here.
Well, that's 42 pitches now for Richards. And that's going to bring up Dirks, who gets his first at bat after taking over defensively. Andy batting .251 for the year, but 6 for his last 13. Tigers now have 9 hits. 14-6 ball game. Tipped into the glove for strike 1.
Rain is falling about as hard right now as it has at any point during the evening.
I'm really pretty amazed because it has been raining literally for the last couple of hours. There's no standing water on the field.
Umpires have done a very nice job here at allowing the teams to play, and the grounds crew has made sure that the field has stayed playable.
There is Heather Nabosny, all covered up, protecting herself from the rain. Can't wait for this one to allow her to get that tarp on the field. 1 ball, 1 strike. Dirks has hit safely in his last 4. Trying to keep it rolling here in the 9th inning. RBI single by Jackson makes it 14-6. Big crackle of lightning. Well, that had everybody covering there, or ducking at least. Here's the 1-1. Swing and a miss. 1-2 on Dirks. Missed it outside. 2-2 the count. I'm thinking this might be his last batter.
Starting to look like he's getting a little tired out there. 46 total pitches. 31 of those strikes.
If Dirks is able to reach, could be it for him. There's a line drive, base hit right field. They're going to hold the runner at third base. Holiday stops there. They are loaded up now for the Tigers. And Mike Scioscia is on the steps of the dugout. He was hoping Richards can get through this ninth inning, but he's going to take him out. Dirks extends his hitting streak to 5 straight. And Buckner will be summoned into this game. The Tigers not going quietly here.
Not only has Scioscia been a really good manager throughout his big league career, but there are a lot of guys that have coached for him that are now skipping their own squads. Bud Black, Joe Madden, who we'll see when we head to Florida on Thursday, and Ron Renicky, all initially part of his staff when he took over for the Angels, and all of them managing in the big leagues.
So as the rain continues to fall here, the Tigers not going quietly. They have a new pitcher to the Angels. That would be Billy Buckner.
Only a couple of games, but the numbers are really good. 117 earned run average. He does have 4 walks, and he's punched out 4.
So Max Scherzer, the American League Player of the Week. And what a start he's gotten off to this year.
Very easily could be 3-0 in the month.
So Santiago facing Buckner now with the bases loaded here. In a 14-6 game, a run in for Detroit. Santiago getting his first at bat after coming on as a defensive replacement for Cabrera. Holiday along with Jackson and Dirks on the bases for Detroit. Tigers now have double-digit hits with 10.
Tigers hitters have done that quite a bit this year. 10 or more hits in a game.
One ball, one strike on Santiago. Buckner recalled from AAA Salt Lake prior to Friday's game, his second stint with the Angels. And on Friday night made his first relief appearance since April of 2009. Two and one. This is Ramon's first at bat on this homestand for the Tigers.
Jim Leland's had a difficult time of finding playing time for Ramon this year. Whereas in years past, it really hasn't been that difficult for him to get Ramon in a game or two.
Well, the Tigers, of course, have solidified second base with Infante. Peralta's been so good this year. Both having all-star type seasons. And we know Cabrera doesn't come out of the lineup. Well, it's 3-2. The inning started with Infante grounding out, but since single walk, single. Dane De La Rosa warming up just in case. Fly ball toward left, but slicing, heading to the seats and out of play. Walked him with the bases loaded to drive in a run. RBI for Santiago. Score Holiday on the play. What a wacky game. Gonna bring up Don Kelly.
Even though Santiago has not had an at-bat in the entire homestand, it's a quality at-bat when he finally gets one. And that is not the easiest thing to do. Sit for 8-9 days in a row and then try to hit big league pitching.
Mike Scioscia did not look too thrilled. There's ball one way outside from Buckner. 7-run game right now. The bases are loaded.
Well, Scioscia just wants his guys to throw some strikes right now.
Right. Butcher comes running out now.
We were talking about Mike Scioscia and some of the managers that were on his staff initially and have left to manage their own clubs. And Mike Butcher initially went down to Tampa as the pitching coach for Joe Madden. Spent a couple years down there. Bud Black, when he left to go to San Diego, Butcher went back to the Angels to be the pitching coach.
He has delivered his message to Buckner, which I assume was throw the ball over the plate. Bases loaded for Don Kelly. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Line drive, foul down the right field line. He got out in front of it. 1 ball, 1 strike. The rain causing havoc with the hitters now. That rain falling off the bill of their helmets.
Pitchers having a difficult time of commanding their pitches as well because of the rain.
High fly ball right field. Hamilton will make the catch. Jackson will tag and he will come in to score. So Kelly gets an RBI in the sacrifice fly. It's a second out. Victor Martinez. Victor had a big 2-run single back in the 5th. Tigers got to within 5 runs, but until this 9th inning, they were unable to do a whole lot. Bouncing ball to second should do it. Harris has it, and that is that. Tigers put up a bit of a fight here in the 9th, but they will fall in game 1 of the series, 14-8. Angels win the opener. Back with more in a moment.